Chapter 273. Encounter boom. A violent explosion occurred, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to go berserk. The talisman's energy intertwined and flashed, releasing a destructive fluctuation. Waves of air spread out, bringing with it a terrifying fluctuation, causing the surrounding air to explode. Seeing this scene, the four of them let out a sigh of relief. The four talismans should be able to kill this freak without leaving a corpse behind. A talisman of this level was extremely precious in their respective families. If it wasn't for the fact that they were chasing Qin Feng, their families might not have allowed them to bring it out. However, as long as they could kill this person, the talisman was worth it. Under their nervous gazes, the fluctuation gradually slowed down. Their hearts also calmed down as the fluctuations in their hearts gradually eased. Whoosh! Just as he was about to completely relax, he suddenly felt his heart tighten. Then his heart tightened. In a gradually dissipating fluctuation, there seemed to be a faint chaotic light slowly flickering. The light gradually dissipated, and so did the energy. However, a chaotic light was there. It slowly bloomed. The four of them stared at it, and in the next moment, the blood in their bodies seemed to freeze. Under their gazes, a figure that resembled a primal chaos appeared before them. They could vaguely recognize that the face covered by the chaotic light was Qin Feng without a doubt. How is this possible? How did he survive? Their faces changed, and they were incomparably shocked. The impact of the four talismans' explosion was something that even a minor Heaven Realm expert would have to retreat. How could Qin Feng be unharmed? Even under the chaotic light, they could vaguely feel a wave of energy that made their hearts palpitate, slowly spreading out. Oh no, let's go. Their attack did not kill Qin Feng, and they knew that they were in big trouble. Without thinking, they turned around and quickly retreated. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the chaotic light in his eyes flickered with a cold luster. You want to leave now? It's too late. He flapped his light wings, and at this moment, even the light wings had turned chaotic. Whoosh! He flashed past, and his speed was so fast that only a blurry afterimage could be seen. Pucci! Qin Feng swept past a person. That person's body trembled violently. His upper body was directly sent flying far away due to inertia. He was cut in half at the waist by Qin Feng. The pair of light wings had turned into a chaotic color. There were no longer ordinary light wings that could fly. Now it had become incomparably sharp, comparable to a peerless weapon. When the other three saw this scene, they were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They ran as fast as they could. Boom! However, how could their speed compare to Qin Feng? Very soon, Shuehu also exploded under Qin Feng's chaotic light wings. He chased after Jin Yin and Leng Wu and punched out. Chaotic light burst out. Let's fight it out with him. The two of them knew that they couldn't escape. They both became ruthless and turned around to face him head-on. They circulated their strength to the limit. Bang! As soon as they made contact, the two of them were sent flying. Pucci! Pucci! Qin Feng streaked past the two of them. The chaotic light wings flickered, and the two heads were tossed high into the air before rolling far away. At this point, the four heavenly kings had all perished. At this time, the chaotic light around Qin Feng slowly dissipated. As expected of the primeval war constitution, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He didn't have a deep understanding of it in the spiritual dimension. After all, there was no comparison. But at this moment, he felt the power of the primeval war constitution. In this state, he was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he encountered a small heavenly state overlord. In the distance, some people who hadn't gone far heard the commotion and ran over. They happened to see the scene just now. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their legs trembled. Run! They came to their senses and ran for their lives. They even forgot to send a signal flare. Qin Feng glanced at those people. Taking advantage of the fact that the great desolate battle body had not completely faded away, he turned into a beam of chaotic light and shot over, killing those people. After killing a few insiders, Qin Feng left the area. The battle just now had caused a huge commotion. Those people would soon return. A few minutes later, a few light shadows fell, accompanied by boundless sword chi, splashing stones, and monstrous flames. Oh, even they failed? The young man with the black iron sword looked at the headless bodies and was slightly dazed. He then smiled and said, "Qing Yuan, was she, this slave is getting more and more interesting. Don't be careless. This person has a soul sigil." Huashi's body was burning with red flames. He glanced around and said lightly, "Oh, he has such a precious thing." But with his identity as a disciple of the St. Ruin Heavenly Palace, it's normal for him to have some. Qing Yuan said, "Maybe it's not his. I just sensed a special energy fluctuation from the soul sigil." Huashi shook his head slightly. Their deaths weren't caused by the soul sigil, but there are fluctuations of the soul sigil here. Qing Yuan frowned slightly and looked at Huashi. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Are you saying that the soul sigil came from these people, but they didn't kill that person after using it and were killed instead? We can't rule out that possibility." Huashi nodded. "Huh." Hearing this, Qing Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Although I'm not sure, I'm sure that the slave has a soul sigil on him." Qing Yuan, Zhang Shan, do you think that if the three of us were in that realm, we would be able to resist the power of the soul sigil? Qing Yuan and Zhang Shan were silent, and then shook their heads. "If we don't get rid of this person soon, he'll definitely be a big threat." Qin Feng ran all the way and found cave. He chased away a spirit beast inside, and then went in and used a huge rock to seal the cave. After killing Lung Wu and the others, he vaguely sensed a few powerful auras approaching. Although he used his soul sigil to cover them, he wasn't sure if they could track him. There's no time to waste. After resting for half a day, Qin Feng walked out of the cave and looked at the darkening sky. His eyes flashed as he felt a sense of urgency. If he missed the opening of the heavenly road, he wouldn't be able to leave this land. At that time, it would be really dangerous. But the St. Ruin was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. He really couldn't think of any way to get in. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and his body tensed up. In that instant, he felt a sense of danger. But this feeling only flashed for a moment. When he carefully sensed it, that feeling had already disappeared. Qin Feng cautiously scanned his surroundings, not daring to be careless. "Hee, your perception isn't bad. You can actually sense my presence." A light laugh suddenly sounded. Qin Feng's face changed. He suddenly raised his head and his pupils shrank. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared in the sky. This person was standing on a long sword with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. He was calmly looking at him, as if he was sizing him up. Qin Feng's face became serious. An indescribable sense of danger gradually climbed up his heart. A top expert in the spirit detecting realm, Qin Feng's face became extremely serious. This youth didn't look old, but he was extremely strong. The sense of danger he gave off was the strongest he had encountered in a while. "I really didn't expect the imperial capital to send such an expert," Qin Feng said indifferently. In his hands, the light of primal chaos slowly spread. I wasn't sent by the imperial family." The youth shook his head and smiled. "But you can understand it that way, because I need the last layer of the imperial family's imperial sword technique." "Who are you?" Qin Feng asked. Chapter 274. Chapter 274, To Cross Swords, Gemini Sword. Hearing this, Qin Feng's pupil shrank. He had some understanding of the Gemini sword. The Gemini sword was a pair of siblings who were extremely proficient in using the sword. They were the last disciples of Venerable Sword and were also the abdicators of the previous 8 heavenly kings. Abdicating a heavenly king's position was completely different from being challenged. The latter was being defeated and losing the heavenly king's position. The former was being invincible and having no challengers. One had to abdicate on their own accord. They both lost their heavenly king positions, but without a doubt, the former was much more terrifying, always in an unmatched state. Gemini Sword, Qin Xian, Qin Yuan, Master Sword Venerable. Qin Feng slightly nodded and looked at Qin Yuan. "None of you are natives of the capital. Everyone knew about Venerable One's sword. His reputation was not inferior to myriad law Venerable Ones. Most importantly, he used to be a slave and barged into the imperial capital alone. His superb sword-dancing technique was valued by the people in the imperial capital, and his slave status was revoked. In a sense, he had been recruited by the imperial capital, but what was admirable was that he had never helped the imperial capital deal with the slaves. In fact, it was very rare to see him take action. He had a kind of hidden boldness. Therefore, in the hearts of the millions of slaves, Venerable Lord Sword was definitely a great hero worthy of respect. And now, his disciple was actually helping the imperial capital to hunt him down. Was this the intention of that person? I didn't come for the imperial capital in the first place. Qing Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, I just said that the last level of the imperial sword technique is now in the hands of the royal family. If I want to get it, I need to make a certain amount of contribution. You won't be able to live anyway, so you might as well help me. What do you say? Qin Feng's gaze gradually turned cold. He shook his head and said, Venerable Lord Sword is admirable, but his disciple did not inherit his chivalrous heart. Qin Yuan's smile slowly disappeared. His eyes looked a bit gloomy. Everyone has different pursuits. It's all about right and wrong. If our positions were reversed, you might have done the same. After he finished speaking, a sharp sword intent burst out from Qin Yuan's body. His sword intent soared into the sky. However, he immediately restrained his aura and said with a smile, It took me a long time to find you. I don't want those guys to come and steal from me. Kid, come back with me. Qin Yuan lightly pointed his finger, and a stream of sword chi swept over. Wong. A tremor ran through Qin Feng as he activated the Yorwild's battle body and waved his finger, causing primal chaos light to shoot out. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the sword chi and the light dissipated at the same time. Qin Yuan was startled. Although he hadn't used his full strength, even someone at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm would find it difficult to withstand, yet this young man had easily blocked it. Interesting. No wonder they could cause such a big commotion. Voila! Just as he finished speaking, a chaotic light rushed over, and the air along the way emitted a violent sonic boom. You have guts. Qin Yuan stared blankly for a moment. Then he wanted to laugh. Someone had actually made a move on him first. In the past, all the opponents he had met had been extremely cautious when facing him. None of them had dared to rush at him so recklessly. He raised his sword and swung it down fiercely. A huge stream of sword chi flew out. 3,000 sword Dao. The gigantic stream of sword chi directly disintegrated in the air, transforming into countless streams of sword chi that enveloped Qin Feng. In an instant, this entire place was in an uproar. The streams of sword chi contained terrifying might and frenziedly lacerated Qin Feng. One could even see that the space there was distorted. Ignorant, Qin Yuan sneered. Looking at the place where the sword chi was wreaking havoc, his eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't hold back because he was worried that the other two would come over. Therefore, he wanted to capture Qin Feng as soon as possible and go back to claim the reward. Therefore, in his opinion, this move was enough to seriously injure Qin Feng and make him lose the ability to fight. Even an ant wants to. Just as he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. For the first time, a trace of shock appeared on his face. Even though he couldn't see the situation inside, he could still feel some danger. This kid, Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the place where the sword chi was wreaking havoc. His sword shook slightly, and an even more terrifying sword chi slowly rippled Xiao. At a certain moment, his expression became serious. He saw that at the place where the sword chi was weakened, a chaotic figure with an unparalleled momentum was rushing towards him. He instantly calmed down and waved his sword. Streams of sword chi flew out from the tip of his sword and turned into a huge net of sword chi. Chi! Just as Qin Yuan retreated, the primal chaos divine shadow suddenly shot out once again. This time around, his speed was several times faster than before. The terrifying speed caused the figure to appear as though it was flickering. A few illusory figures appeared, and quickly approached Qing Yuan. The wind blade seal that Qing Yuan had set up was completely shattered by the primal chaos divine shadow, using the most brutal method. His speed and strength are not bad. Why did he suddenly increase so much? Qing Yuan's face became serious and doubtful. He glanced at the figure that was charging towards him like a hot knife through butter. Just as he was about to attack, a chill suddenly surged in his heart. He abruptly tilted his head and saw a black figure appear behind him like a ghost. Qin Feng clenched his hands into fists. With the help of his body's half-rotation, his fist was mixed with a terrifying gust of wind and fiercely smashed towards Qing Yuan's back. Wherever the fist passed, there was an ear-piercing sound. This attack was actually so powerful. Qing Yuan didn't turn his head. He suddenly formed a strange seal with one hand and lightly shouted, "Sword Shadow!" A huge sword shadow fell from the sky and landed right between the two of them. Qin Feng's fist also heavily smashed onto the sword shadow. Clang! A substantial ear-piercing sound rang out as the sword shadow shattered with a bang. Qing Yuan staggered forward, and Qin Feng was also pushed back by this force. Borrowing the rebound force of the two, Qing Yuan flew back for a distance. He looked at Qin Feng with a slightly solemn face. The long sword in his hand suddenly trembled and slowly moved. Every time the long sword moved an inch, it would leave behind a sword-shaped afterimage as if it was a real entity. Qin Feng raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the energy shadows that slowly appeared as Qing Yuan's sword moved. He could feel the powerful force contained within those shadows. As expected of the sword saint's disciple, Qin Feng let out a sigh. His attack just now could even force a late-stage spirit-detecting realm expert into a sorry state, but Qing Yuan had easily resolved it. He was even able to release such a powerful battle skill in such a timely manner. I can't afford to waste time. Qin Feng heavily stomped down, and the sound of an energy explosion came from the soles of his feet. Along with the sound of the explosion, he borrowed the rebounding force of the energy explosion and rushed towards Qing Yuan, who was in midair. Glancing at Qin Feng, who was shooting over from below, a cold smile appeared on Qing Yuan's face. Sword Dao 3000 Sword Shadows. Chapter 275. In the outside world, two Tianhe energy sword shadow cut through the void as if it was tearing the space apart. It was like a meteor falling from the sky. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. The light wings on his back flapped as he retreated explosively. Those energy sword shadows brushed past the surface of his body and sliced past. That sharp gale caused his skin to feel a piercing pain. The long sword in Qing Yuan's hand was swung out horizontally. Following the wave of his palm, the dozens of energy sword images that had originally missed actually turned around and once again violently pierced towards Qin Feng, who was in midair. Looking at the energy swords stabbing toward him again, Qin Feng was slightly startled and frowned. Since I can't dodge, then I'll take it head on. The great desolate battle body's time limit is almost up. It's time to end it. As this thought appeared in his mind, the chaotic light around Qin Feng suddenly exploded. With a flip of his hand, the sky-splitting axe appeared. He waved the stone axe, and with a powerful force, it smashed into the energy swords. Bang! When the two collided, a ferocious energy explosion sounded in the air. Qing Yuan stood in place and looked up at the sky. The dazzling light didn't seem to cause any hindrance to him as he stared at the explosion. He was very clear about the power of the 3000 energy swords. Even though he couldn't fully control it, the attack from before was enough to turn a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator into a sieve. If Qin Feng could withstand it, then he would be able to roughly analyze what level Qin Feng had reached. Under his gaze, the energy gradually weakened. Then, his pupils shrank fiercely, and a large fiery hand suddenly stretched out. It was flowing with fiery light, and at the same time, it carried a burning power. Qing Yuan's expression changed slightly. He waved his long sword and slashed at the fiery hand. Then his expression froze. What was going on? He vaguely felt a sense of danger, but he was clearly suppressing the fiery hand. As the thought crossed his mind, a cold yell could be heard all of a sudden. Hand of Een, rumble. Suddenly, a pitch-black hand reached out from the fiery hand. It carried a terrifying Een energy and grabbed at the fiery hand. Wherever it passed, white crystals appeared in the air. They were condensed from the air. Qing Yuan's eyes narrowed. He could sense some dangerous fluctuations from the black hand. However, his expression did not change. He gently stomped his feet, creating a gentle breeze, and his figure quickly retreated. Whoosh! However, at this moment, his body suddenly came to a halt. He lowered his head slightly as his heart trembled. Unknowingly, two water snakes as thick as arms had wrapped around his ankles. Just as he was about to be shaken off, the flames came from above and turned into a ring of light that enveloped him. This power seems a little familiar. Qing Yuan was stunned for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. He let out a light shout, and a vigorous spiritual power mixed with a shocking sword intent burst out from his body. Sword light flashed all over the sky, shattering the fiery halo and water snakes. Then, he controlled the sword chi to wreak havoc on the giant black hand. Under the tearing of the sword chi, the giant hand also dissipated little by little. However, just as the giant hand was about to dissipate, a fist-sized pearl suddenly appeared. It seemed to be engraved with various images of beasts, and a faint roar could be heard. 10,000 beasts, heavenly pearl. Rumble. The air exploded, and an endless amount of ferocious energy wreaked havoc, along with the roar of beasts, and drowned Qing Yuan. The latter let out a furious roar. Dozens of sword shadows floated around him, with the hilts facing up and the swords facing down. They formed a circle around him and rippled slightly. Ripples spread out from the swords, blocking the attack from the attack. After a dozen breaths, the energy gradually dissipated. Qing Yuan put away the sword shadows, and just as he was about to say something, his face suddenly froze. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead squirmed. His body could not help but tremble. His prey had disappeared under his nose. This was the first time in his life that this had happened. He was fooled by his opponent. Do you think you can escape? Qing Yuan took a deep breath, calming down the anger in his heart, and carefully sensed. After a while, he frowned because he could not sense Qin Feng's energy fluctuation. This did not make sense. When the two were fighting, no matter how well Qin Feng hid, he should be able to sense some of the traces of his spiritual power. But why couldn't he sense it? Except for some scattered traces, he could not sense Qin Feng's movement direction at all. Umph. You can't escape. He snorted coldly and fell into the mountain and soon disappeared. After leaving Qing Yuan's place, Qin Feng ran for dozens of miles in one breath and then stopped. He removed the spiritual power in his body and sighed bitterly. The spiritual power in the purple bowl was getting less and less. He estimated that it would be used up in a few more times. I have to leave quickly. His face was serious. More and more powerful warriors were coming to kill him, and this made him feel a sense of crisis. Qing Yuan was really powerful, and unless he did not hold back, he had no chance of winning. However, if he used all of his power, it would be too dangerous for him. Moreover, he did not know how many powerful warriors like Qing Yuan had come to the imperial capital. He had to find a way to leave here. Suddenly, he became alert. He felt that someone was approaching. Just as he was about to leave, a slightly anxious voice came first. Fenggu, it's me. We're from Tu Tianwei. Qin Feng was stunned. He stopped and looked at the dozen or so people who were walking toward him. They all had the word Tu carved on their shoulders. He said in a deep voice, You're from Tu Tianwei? Why have I never seen you before? He could not be blamed for being so careful. During this period of time, he had been tricked by some slaves several times. Fenggu, it's me. I used to be from the Vastness sect. My name is Hongya. A man in his early 30s walked out and said respectfully, Fenggu, I'm a member of the Shadow Troop. I was sent out to follow Big Brother Duan Hong to develop his forces outside. Qin Feng was stunned. He had some impression of this person. He was one of the first people to follow him, and he was indeed one of the higher-ups of the Vastness sect. He pointed at these people and asked, "Are they all from Tu Tianhui's forces outside? We're just a small search team." Speaking up to this point, Hong Ye's tone carried a bit of arrogance. "In the past few years, our Tu Tianhui has been developing outside. Our numbers have already exceeded 6,000. Qin Feng was speechless. More than 6,000 members. This was almost half the number of students in St. Ryuan. Feng Ge, it's not safe here. We have to find a way to get in touch with our people and have them report our location to the higher-ups of St. Ryuan," Hong Ye said. Qin Feng nodded. He knew that now was not the time to ask questions and reminisce. Under Hong Ye and the others' lead, Qin Feng quickly left the area through a small path. Chapter 276. To defend with one's life, there was an inconspicuous waterfall in the mountains, and behind the waterfall was a small space that could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. "Greetings, Feng Ge." As soon as Qin Feng walked in, a group of people hurriedly stood up, bowed, and greeted him respectfully. "Are these all our people?" Qin Feng asked. Hong Ya nodded and instructed everyone, "Little Li, bring some brothers out to check. Once you find anyone from the imperial capital, report to me immediately. Little Zhang, take a few brothers and contact the headquarters. Tell them that Feng Ge is here and ask them to contact the expert from St. Ryuan." "Yes." The two of them each let a few people out. The others quickly sealed off the entrance of the cave and the waterfall, carrying out the second round of checks. Qin Feng nodded inwardly as he looked at the clear-cut and orderly group of people. It was indeed the right decision to let Duan Hong develop his forces outside. These people were not strong, but they had the advantage of numbers, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. "By the way, where is Duan Hong now?" Big brother Duan Hong should be overseeing the headquarters. Hong Ye thought about it and said, "Originally, our headquarters weren't here, but after this incident, Big brother Duan Hong moved the headquarters here. Everyone in the association was scattered and infiltrated. We were lucky to be the first to discover Feng Ji's tracks." Qin Feng nodded, his eyes flashing. "Is there any movement in St. Ryuan?" They were all held back by the experts of the imperial capital, so it's not convenient for them to personally come and search. However, they have also sent out a large number of students, Hong Ye said. "After I left the imperial capital, do you know anything about those people from St. Ryuan?" Qin Feng asked. Back then, he had separated from Gong Xiaoxi, Mo Feng, and the others, and it had been more than 2 months since then. He did not know if they had all safely returned to St. Ryuan. Just as he asked, he saw Hong Ye's expression darken. His heart sank as he asked, "What happened to them?" Hong Ye wanted to say something, but hesitated. After a long while, he sighed and said, "They also met with an accident at that time. They were attacked by the imperial capital. I heard that many of them died. It seems that even those Sky Hall disciples suffered some losses. As for whether anyone died or what the exact situation was, I'm not too sure." Qin Feng's heart sank. Had they been ambushed by the imperial capital? "How much do you know?" "With my status, it's impossible for me to know too much." Hong Ye shook his head and said, "However, from the reaction of the St. Ryuan, the losses should have been huge. Those from the Sky Hall should have suffered quite a few casualties." Qin Feng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. It seemed that they had also encountered danger at that time. It might even be as Hong Ye had said. Some of them might have really met with mishap. This was related to the opening of the Heavenly Road. They were all qualified to ascend the Heavenly Road. If they were all fine, the St. Ryuan would not have sealed off the news. They would have spread the news widely to encourage the slaves. However, they were keeping a secret now. This could only mean that some of them had met with mishap. In order not to affect the morale of the others, they chose to keep it a secret. Qin Feng sighed. How could he still be in the mood to pay attention to so many things now? He was like a clay Buddha crossing the river. Soon, someone came to report that they had contacted the people from St. Ryuan. They had secretly sent experts over. This was good news. Even Qin Feng revealed a smile on his face. With the higher-ups of the St. Ryuan taking action, he should be able to break through the imperial capital's blockade and return to the St. Ryuan. As long as he left via the heavenly road, the imperial capital would not be able to do anything to him. There are still 3 days before the heavenly road opens. There is news from the Saint Ryuin. They will secretly clear a path. The night before the heavenly road opens, they will calculate the time to take action. They will bring you back to the Saint Ryuin and directly leave via the heavenly road. This was the first clear news from the Saint Ryuin. There are still 3 days? Qin Feng was silent for a moment. He hoped that these 3 days would be peaceful. Otherwise, once this stronghold was exposed, the path cleared by the Saint Ryuin would be completely useless. Everything was peaceful for the first 2 days. At noon on the 3rd day, it was still peaceful. There were no abnormalities. There is still half a day before the people from the Saint Ryuin arrive. At that time, Feng Ge will be able to leave safely. Hong leaned on a rock and smiled. Although these 2 days were peaceful, they were constantly on the edge. They were highly tense. This kind of mental and physical exhaustion was not small. Seeing the relaxed smiles on Hongya and the others' faces, Qin Feng could not feel happy. He kept feeling that things were going too smoothly. For a few days, no one from the imperial capital had passed by here. Although they had indeed hidden very well, this smoothness still made Qin Feng feel slightly uneasy. Perhaps I am too sensitive, he said in his heart. The sun slowly moved past the peak, and the scorching light poured down. It was still hot, and it made people feel irritated. Lying on the rock, Qin Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He sat up abruptly and swept his sharp eyes around. What's wrong, Feng Ge? Hongya and the others were shocked by his actions and quickly gathered around. Qin Feng frowned. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you sure that no one from the imperial capital has appeared after surveying the surroundings?" "Impossible. Once they appear, we will definitely discover them." Hongya nodded and said, "Moreover, we are still in contact with the outermost hidden sentries." Hearing Hongya's words, Qin Feng still could not feel at ease. Just now, his heart had suddenly palpitated, as if something was about to happen. If there are really experts coming, you may not be able to sense them immediately. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "No, we need to leave this place quickly." Hongya was startled. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "The people from the Saint Ryuin are here to receive us. If we leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to contact them. At that time, it will be even more dangerous. At least it's better than waiting here." Qin Feng said, "Hongya, pass down the order. Everyone will retreat secretly. After half an hour, have the outermost brothers withdraw and leave separately." Seeing that Hongya still wanted to persuade him, Qin Feng's face darkened and said, "This is an order." Seeing this, Hongya did not dare to say anything else and hurriedly passed down the order. A few minutes later, everyone left and disappeared into the dense forest. It was also at this time that a violent energy suddenly erupted near the cave they had been in. At the same time, it quickly closed in. "Qin Feng, you can't escape." There was a sinister laugh. Hongya's face changed greatly. Qin Feng was right. The people from the imperial capital had already infiltrated. "Feng Ge, what should we do?" Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations quickly closing in, Qin Feng's face turned serious. He said loudly, "Everyone spread out. Their target is me. Brothers, follow me and cover Feng Ge as he leaves." Hongya shouted and gathered his men. "Hongya, what are you doing?" Qin Feng's eyes widened. If these people rushed up, none of them would survive. "Feng Ge, this is our mission." Hongya turned his head and revealed a silly smile. "You are our boss. Protecting you is the mission of the members of the 2 Tianhui. You are a disciple of the path to heaven. Protecting you is the mission of the thousands of slaves of the primitive land." Chapter 277. Evil Lives, Feng Ge. You must live well. Return to the Saint Ryuin and leave on the path to heaven. In the future, you will overthrow this cruel system and liberate the world. Today, we brothers will die a worthy death. Feng Ge, you must live. The smile on Hongya's face gradually became ferocious. He immediately turned his head and led a group of 2 Tianhui gang members with a machete in his hand. They charged forward fearlessly and clashed with the experts and steel cavalry from the imperial capital. As soon as they clashed, the two Tianhui gang members collapsed. Blood dyed the ground red and corroded Qin Feng's eyes. He watched as the two Tianhui gang members charged forward without any regard for their lives. Even if their chests were pierced by spears and their shoulders were chopped by machetes, none of them retreated. He saw a 17 or 18-year-old child get his chest pierced by a steel cavalry spear. He was lifted into the air, and with a wave of the spear, the child was instantly dismembered. There was also a middle-aged man in his early 30s. Even if he was beaten into a sieve, he still held on tightly to an expert. Such a scene continued to play out before Qin Feng's eyes, stimulating his state of mind. The two Tianhui gang members fell one by one into a pool of blood. Some of them could no longer stand up. "Brothers, let's fight with these bastards. Our boss, Feng Gu, will avenge us in the future. Feng Gu, hurry up and leave. Don't let our brothers die in vain." "That's right, Feng Gu. Your life is very important. Only you can avenge us in the future." Several two Tianhui gang members surrounded Lin Gu and covered his retreat. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He cast a deep glance at the blood-colored battlefield before turning and fleeing. This was an army from the imperial capital, and there were many experts among them. If he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape. Two Tianhui's brothers used their lives to buy time for him. He could not be unreasonable. Otherwise, their deaths would be meaningless. "Feng Gu, find a place to hide," a two Tianhui gang member said. Qin Feng nodded and said, "Live well. Watch how I avenge our brothers in the future." "Yes." The man nodded with red eyes. After passing through a mountain road and making a big turn, Qin Feng exerted all his strength and rushed into a ravine a dozen meters away. Boom! Not long after he rolled out, those people suddenly exploded. Qin Feng bared his teeth and was about to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He was dressed in the same attire as Hongya, the iconic stone hatchet, to fool those people's eyes. Qin Feng didn't notice it before, but now he understood. He wanted to kill his way out immediately, but his rationality told him that he couldn't. He lay on his stomach in the ravine, suppressing his aura to the extreme and remaining motionless. He mobilized his spiritual power and hid his figure. At the same time, he also drew out a part of the spiritual power in the purple bowl, completely isolating his aura. Soon, many people walked over to take a look. "The target has been killed," someone reported. "Are you sure he was killed?" an expert asked coldly. "I'm sure. The target's weapon, build, and attire are the same as in the information," that person said respectfully. "It's good that he's dead. I didn't expect this guy's life to be so tough. He actually killed so many people." Soon, the group of people left. Of course, they took the corpse with them. Qin Feng was lying in the grass in the gutter. The hatred in his heart was monstrous. He could only watch those brothers of his die tragically under the cavalry of the imperial capital, but he could do nothing about it. "One day, I'll make you pay the price." A cold voice sounded in his heart. After hiding for half an hour, Qin Feng was thinking about what to do next. The time and place he had agreed on with the Saint Ruin was useless. Moreover, the Heavenly Road would open tomorrow. If he couldn't get in touch with the Saint Ruin people tonight, there was almost no hope. His heart was burning with anxiety. This should be his last chance. No matter what, I have to give it a try. In the end, he decided to return to the waterfall. They would verify the authenticity of the corpse sooner or later. He only hoped that it would be a little later. Qin Feng carefully climbed out of the ravine. His spiritual power was still attached to his body. He was like air, concealing his body and aura as he carefully walked towards the waterfall. Along the way, he saw the corpses of the two Tianhui members lying in pools of blood. "Hongya!" Qin Feng's eyes were red. He saw Hongya nailed to a tree. A spear pierced through his forehead, nailing him to the tree. There were many fatal knife and gunshot wounds on his body. It was obvious what kind of battle he had experienced before he died. This was the first group of old people to follow him. They had fought all the way, unified the 4 districts, joined the Shadow Troop, and developed their forces outside. Now, in order to save him, They had died tragically at the hands of the imperial capital's cavalry. Don't worry, I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Qin Feng stepped forward and reached out to touch Hong Ye's eyes, letting his unwilling eyes slowly close. Qin Feng restrained his emotions, suppressed his aura, and walked to the waterfall. The place had been destroyed, but fortunately, all the people from the imperial capital had withdrawn. He sat on a stone step. Some of the people who had stayed here and met with the Saint Ryuan had all died tragically. There were more than 100 people, and not a single one survived. Qin Feng's heart was filled with hatred. However, the stronger his hatred, the calmer his heart was. Even he was a little afraid of this calmness. How could he be so calm? At a certain moment, he was suddenly horrified. His heart palpitated, and he felt suffocated. It was as if something was pressing down on him, and it was as if his heart was tightly gripped by a big hand. What's going on? Qin Feng was surprised. Why did he suddenly have this feeling? It seemed that when his hatred was growing, this feeling had vaguely appeared. Now, it was becoming more and more clear. He did not know when, but his face was covered in sweat. There was some fear and bitterness in his eyes. He felt it. It was as if the devil contract had taken effect. He could feel something swimming in his body, and the circulation path was very similar to the devil contract. Could it be that I'm going to die? Qin Feng was unwilling to accept this. How could he accept that he would disappear just like that? However, there was nothing he could do. This was the Devil Eyes ability. Even if he was psychic, he could not resist. However, just as he thought his consciousness was about to disappear, he suddenly realized that the thing that made him uncomfortable all over had converged into his Qi. Qin Feng was shocked. With his inner vision, he discovered that a thumb-sized black crystal had appeared in his Qi. The black was similar to the black of the Yellow Springs pill. It was so black that it was shiny without any impurities. However, the feeling it gave him was completely different. He could feel the energy contained within the black crystal. It was like a volcano that contained a huge amount of energy. As long as he wanted to, he could use this energy to unleash a power that could overturn mountains and seas. However, this energy was also very evil. It was demonic and made him extremely uneasy. Why did the devil contract take effect and condense such a black crystal in his body? Chapter 278. 9 Dragons. Heaven-trapped Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the people who had suddenly appeared. His heart sank. Looking at the appearance of these people, they didn't seem to be returning people. Instead, they seemed to have been lying in ambush here. Withdraw your spiritual power. It has no effect on us. A middle-aged man stared in Qin Feng's direction with a look of surprise on his face. Spiritual energy can actually conceal one's body. That's a bit strange. Qin Feng withdrew his spiritual power and asked calmly, "How did you sense me?" "You used my master's spiritual power." The middle-aged man sneered. "It seems that my son did indeed die at your hands." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment before he realized that they were members of the psychic organization. The Purple Wolf Knight he had killed before was actually the son of this psychic master. No wonder the spiritual power in the purple bowl had no effect. Do it. Qin Feng's expression was calm. Now that things had come to this, what else was there to say? The only way was to kill these people. He took the initiative to attack. Spiritual power swept out from his mind and turned into sharp weapons that shot toward the few of them. There were a total of 7 of them. 4 of them were Earth-rank spirit masters. Among them, the middle-aged man had reached the peak of Earth rank, while the other 3 were at the peak of initial rank. You overestimate yourself. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Let's take him down together. In an instant, an even more powerful mental energy appeared, pressing down on Qin Feng. The 2 powerful spiritual energies met in midair and then violently collided. As the energy spread, it was visible to the naked eye that the air was escaping and exploding. The space was distorted, like a ferocious beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a clash of spiritual powers, sharp spiritual weapons appeared on both sides, carrying a sharp qi that could tear through space as they shot towards each other. Bang, bang, bang. Between the two clangs, the air continuously rippled and exploded. It was formless yet audible, making people feel apprehensive. This guy's mental strength is abnormally strong, a person beside the middle-aged man said with a serious expression. The middle-aged man's face was calm as he said softly, "You guys go and prepare first. I will deal with this brat." As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked out and looked at Qin Feng with a sneer on his face. "You've just entered the Earth rank, yet you're able to unleash such a powerful spiritual attack. I have to say that you're very accomplished in the spiritual aspect, but against me, you still can't escape death." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man struck out with his palm, and a vigorous spiritual energy burst out. "Don't use these cheap tricks. Your spiritual energy is very weak compared to mine." Qin Feng also sent out a palm, and his spiritual energy turned into a torrent, whistling towards the opponent's attack. Rumble. Qin Feng's spiritual energy dissipated the middle-aged man's attack without any hindrance. Just as he was about to continue his attack, he paused and quickly retreated. The power of water appeared under his feet, and at the same time, a pair of light wings appeared on his back. He quickly rose into the sky. Bang! At the same time, a spiritual black arrow shot out from where he was standing and shot towards him in the air. However, it missed due to the interference of the water force. Suddenly, Qin Feng's skin tightened. He flapped his light wings and quickly dodged. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, and his spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Just now, he had a moment of palpitation and sensed danger, but he did not sense anything. "You can actually dodge this." The middle-aged man's face was full of surprise, and he immediately chuckled. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his spiritual energy also surged. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The opponent's spiritual attack seemed to be able to synchronize with his spiritual energy attack, which surprised him. His spiritual energy quickly converged and entered the crystal coffin. Then, it slowly spread out and stuck to the surface of his body. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Qin Feng in the air. He smiled strangely, and the seal in his hands changed. Infinite spiritual energy. Qin Feng's pupils contracted, and his body stiffened. At this moment, he could feel that his body was imprisoned by a force, like the power of heaven and earth, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy mixed together. "What's going on?" Qin Feng's face changed. The opponent's spiritual energy and spiritual energy had merged with his and was trying to seize control of his spiritual energy. His face was gloomy. He had never seen a spiritual energy master with such a method. "Get lost!" Qin Feng shouted. Suddenly, a dazzling crystal light burst out from his spiritual energy. His shaky spiritual energy suddenly solidified and slapped away the energy. The middle-aged man's face changed, revealing a look of shock. His attack was difficult to deal with, not to mention the opponent. How could it be broken so easily by Qin Feng? "You also condensed a spiritual outer coffin, and it's crystal. What kind of outer coffin is this?" The middle-aged man shouted. He waved his sleeve, and a spiritual spear appeared and shot toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng flapped his light wings and retreated. The opponent's attack was very strange. He could merge spiritual energy and merge it with other people's spiritual energy. After dodging a few spiritual spears, he suddenly reached out and attached his spiritual energy to his palm. He grabbed a spiritual spear, and the crystal light flickered violently. Only then did he stop the spiritual spear from fusing with his spiritual energy. Such a method. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. It was too strange. He had never heard of spiritual energy and spiritual energy being able to merge. There was such a strange ability. Spiritual organizations are indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He sighed softly. He was not worried that the spiritual outer coffin's spiritual energy could resist this kind of power. He swooped down, and his body emitted a crystal light. He wanted to destroy this person in one breath. Seeing Qin Feng rushing over, The middle-aged man sneered and slapped out with both palms. A large amount of spiritual energy rushed towards Qin Feng, and then he quickly retreated. Qin Feng did not dodge at all. He wrapped his spiritual energy tightly around his body and resisted the opponent's spiritual energy. The middle-aged man retreated to the side and asked the other 6, "Are you ready?" "Yes, we can capture him at any time," someone replied. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then looked at Qin Feng in the air and smiled. "I wanted to test your strength, but the mission comes first." "Do it." Qin Feng had just broken through the opponent's spiritual energy barrier and was about to attack when his expression suddenly changed. He vaguely seemed to hear a dragon's roar. It was also at this moment that a cold shout came from below. 9-Dragon Heaven Trap Array. The air around Qin Feng rippled violently. The space distorted, and a dragon's roar could be heard. Qin Feng frowned. He sensed that there were 7 long dragons, condensed from spiritual power, roaring around him. They formed some kind of array and trapped him. He looked at the distorted surroundings and took a deep breath. He mobilized both the yang and yin energy of his spiritual energy. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, the third prince within the 9 dragons entrapment heaven formation. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In the center of his palm, a spirit formation flickering with black and blue light slowly emerged. This was the yin-yang fusion formation. In the past 2 years, he had mastered this formation to the point of perfection. Looking at the 9 dragons entrapment formation, Qin Feng sneered. He held the yin-yang fusion formation in his hand and slammed it forward. Rumble. Space rippled violently. Blue light and black light blossomed, wreaking havoc in the area, causing the air in the area to constantly explode, creating sonic booms. "What's going on?" The middle-aged man and his companions' faces changed as they looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. "Break!" Qin Feng bellowed, and the yin-yang fusion formation exploded. Yin and yang intertwined, directly attracting the energy of heaven and earth to gather here. Crack! There seemed to be a substantial sound. Then, cracks appeared in the void like a mirror. Then, under the dazed eyes of the 7 people, the void shattered. How is that possible? This is the 9 dragons' heaven entrapment formation. Even I would be unable to escape from it. How'd he do it? The middle-aged man was shocked and couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. The faces of the others were somewhat pale. The 9 dragons' heaven entrapment array had been broken, and they had all suffered from the backlash. They had all suffered serious injuries. Retreat. Seeing Qin Feng swooping down, the middle-aged man shouted and retreated quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of black and blue energy shot down from the sky. This energy carried with it a cold and hot aura, and it also contained the power of yin and yang. Once it came into contact with one's own yin and yang, it would become chaotic. Other than the middle-aged man, the other 6 people were instantly killed by the black and blue energy. Qin Feng rushed towards the middle-aged man. The latter was shocked, and his mental power surged out crazily. Half of them condensed into a spiritual shield, while the other half turned into spiritual weapons and shot toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not slow down. Above the yin-yang fusion formation, a black and blue light bloomed, representing the power of yin and yang. Any spiritual weapon that entered would be affected by the yin and yang and would be disintegrated. It could even affect the caster who was connected to it. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. What kind of attack was this? It clearly hadn't come into direct contact with him. So why was there an inexplicable problem with his body? It was as if something was out of balance. At this moment, Qin Feng quickly closed in. The yin-yang fusion formation bombarded the middle-aged man's spiritual shield, and a shocking shockwave spread out. The middle-aged man's body shook violently. This time, he could clearly feel that something was wrong with his body. It started from his brain and then spread to the rest of his body, causing him to lose his balance. Rumble. The spiritual shield shattered. Qin Feng wielded the yin-yang fusion formation and smashed it into his opponent's chest. You! The middle-aged man stared at Qin Feng in horror. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. All his functions were beginning to be disrupted. His body could not move. He wanted to attack, but his limbs were not listening to him. His spiritual power was the same. It was as if he was paralyzed. "I beg you." In the end, he could not even speak. At this moment, he finally felt fear. This kind of attack was too terrifying. It was not a physical attack, but it was even more frightening. When one came into contact with it, they would lose control of their body. Sensing the begging waves from his opponent's spiritual power, Qin Feng remained expressionless. The yin-yang fusion formation hit the middle-aged man's body and destroyed his internal organs completely. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Feng and fell down unwillingly. Until now, he still did not understand how spiritual power could be used to attack in such a way. In fact, this was the yin and yang power in the yin-yang fusion formation. It could resonate with the yin and yang power in the opponent's body, causing the yin and yang to lose balance. This imbalance was only temporary. It was not very powerful during normal times, but in a battle, it could be used to achieve victory. After all, in a battle, a moment of imbalance could determine the winner. There were two kinds of power in the yin-yang fusion formation. One was substantial power, which was suitable for dealing with spiritual power cultivators. The other was the yin and yang power, which was suitable for dealing with spiritual power cultivators. Because spiritual power was the first to come into contact with the yin and yang power in a battle, it could cause the opponent's yin and yang to lose balance and gain the upper hand. After dealing with 7 spiritual power cultivators, Qin Feng was relieved. He became more familiar with the yin-yang fusion formation. Just as he was considering whether to leave immediately or risk waiting for the St. Ruin reinforcements, a soft laugh suddenly sounded. "You killed 4 Earth-rank spiritual power cultivators and 3 beginner-rank spiritual power cultivators in one battle. You're really something." A young man walked out of the dense forest. He was wearing a simple white cloth shirt, but it could not hide his noble aura. Qin Feng was all too familiar with this aura. This person was a prince. "Which prince are you?" Qin Feng asked faintly. "Third prince, 7th brother, and I have a good relationship." The third prince smiled. There was a slight surprise in his eyes. "You're much calmer than I thought." Qin Feng chuckled. "At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if I met anyone." Hearing this, the third prince laughed. There was a look of admiration on his face. He laughed. "If you didn't kill 7th brother, I would really want to take you for my own use. No wonder 4th brother's attitude towards you has always been so vague. How many of you are there? Come out together. It's too troublesome to come one by one." The third prince looked at Qin Feng. "There's no need to use such a clumsy method to spy on me. You only need to know that whether I'm alone or in a group, you won't be able to leave today. If that's the case, I'm definitely going to die." Qin Feng sneered. The spiritual power in his body quietly surged. The third prince shook his head. "I only said that you won't be able to leave. I didn't say you would die." Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. He stared at the third prince, who was standing calmly. In his heart, his fear of the third prince increased by another level. Hiding a knife behind a smile. Extremely shrewd. Attacking with calculations. This was his first impression of the third prince. It was similar to the feeling the fourth prince, Xian Yuan Owl, gave him. The princes of the imperial family are all not simple. He thought to himself, no matter if it was the 7th prince who died in his hands, the 3rd prince, or the 4th prince who he couldn't see through, they all had their own abilities. They were not only playboys who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. "So, can I still survive in your hands? Only until I enter the imperial palace with you?" He sneered. The 3rd prince shook his head slightly and smiled. "How long you can live depends on you." "What do you mean?" Qin Feng asked. "Help me deal with the 4th prince. If you can defeat him, I can guarantee that you can leave alive. However, you have to change your name." The 3rd prince smiled at Qin Feng. "I'm a pragmatist. People who can't give me any benefits are just ants on the side of the road. I can trample on them at will. However, if I see value in them, it's enough for me to use all means to win them over. Are you willing to be an ant on the side of the road, or a person who has value and is worth being used. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He could feel the sincerity in the third prince's words. For the third prince, if he had to choose between killing Qin Feng and dealing with his rival for the throne, he would choose the latter. In fact, this choice was simple for Qin Feng. Chapter 280. Fighting Small Heavenly Realm, the third prince smiled and said, "My name is Xin Yuanli. Compared to capturing you and asking for credit from Father, I care more about how to defeat the fourth prince. If it wasn't for the fact that seventh brother was in a hurry to make a move, perhaps we could still be on the same side. You are a talent. Unfortunately, you killed old seven. No matter what, I will not keep you by my side." Hearing the third prince's words, Qin Feng fell silent. He knew that the third prince wanted to use him to suppress the fourth prince and the ninth princess. As for what would happen after that, he was not sure. "I just want to live. As for which prince I deal with, it doesn't matter to me." Hearing this, the third prince nodded and smiled. "You sure are someone who understands the situation. What do you need me to do?" Qin Feng asked. "There's no need to rush. Follow me back to the palace first. When the time comes, I'll have a way to defeat fourth brother." The third prince waved his hand. "If you get rid of the fourth prince, you can remember what you promised me. You can guarantee that I will leave the palace safely. Of course, I have no reason to continue attacking you. I hope you can keep your word. The premise is that you have to play your part in getting rid of number 4. "Definitely." The two of them looked at each other and then burst into laughter at the same time. Rumble. Roar. Suddenly, the two of them attacked at the same time. Almost in an instant, the two of them collided with each other. The golden light Imperial Dragon roar exploded at the same time. Shockwaves spread out crazily, and the two of them were sent flying at the same time. The third prince took a few steps back and steadied himself. He smiled and said, "Qin Feng, going back on your word is not a wise move. Is your action wise?" Qin Feng sneered. The third prince flicked the dust off his shoulder and said indifferently, "I don't plan to kill you, but your strength is frightening. What you can do has nothing to do with your strength, so I hope you can cripple your own spiritual power. However, I can guarantee that you will leave the imperial capital alive. My intentions are very clear. Tell me, why are you doing this?" Qin Feng shook his numb fist and said, "Compared to you, I prefer to work with the fourth prince. To me, he's safer than you." Upon hearing this, the smile on the third prince's face slowly receded. He stared closely at Qin Feng. After a long while, he seemed to sigh as he muttered to himself, "I had wanted to do it myself." He slowly retreated and waved his arm. "Elder Wu, do it. Don't take his life. Just cripple him." As soon as the third prince finished speaking, a figure walked out, surrounded by a frightening fluctuation of spiritual energy. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. "A small heaven realm expert. I don't like your power. It needs to be crippled. As for the promise from before, as long as you agree, it still stands." The third prince looked coldly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at every part of his opponent's body, trying to discern his attacks, defenses, and methods. This was his first time facing a small heaven realm warrior, so he couldn't afford to be careless. "Brat, are you going to cripple your own cultivation and cooperate with the third prince, or do you want me to kill you?" Wu Yin sneered. He slapped his hand forward, and a giant hand of spiritual energy appeared, grabbing at Qin Feng. "Hand of holding Yin." Qin Feng shouted coldly, and the giant black hand met the attack. The two giant hands each carried an oppressive pressure, but soon the giant black hand was crushed by the giant hand of spiritual energy. Roar! Qin Feng punched out with both fists, using the Divine Dragon technique and the 10,000 bee summoning technique at the same time. The roar of a dragon and a tiger surged out. The dragon came from the clouds, and the tiger came from the wind. The power of the dragon and the tiger intertwined and strangled. Sky-devouring finger. A ray of light shot out. After doing this, Qin Feng immediately retreated. He summoned the wings of light and used the dragon's swimming body at the same time. With the combination of the two, his speed was unbelievably fast. With a series of sharp sounds, Qin Feng appeared hundreds of meters away. His speed stunned the third prince and Wu Yan, but the latter was a mini heavenly realm expert, so he quickly reacted and chased after him. The third prince leisurely held the wind-gathering lamp. In an instant, the wind whistled and carried him in pursuit. Before he could run far, a strong sound of breaking air came from behind him, followed by a fierce spiritual energy attack. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and used the tyrant dragon's claw. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a dragon claw stretched out from his fist and caught the incoming spiritual energy fist. Bang! At the same time that the spiritual energy fist was crushed, Qin Feng was also sent flying by the impact. With this pause, Wu Yin quickly caught up with him, and powerful spiritual energy surged. You dare trick me? How many years has it been since I met such an idiot? As Wu Yan's cold voice slowly fell, Qin Feng could feel a strange pressure slowly spreading out from the former's body. Under this pressure, the vigorous spiritual energy flowing in his body actually slowed down a little. The deep cyan spirit energy was like liquid as it wrapped around Wu Yan's body. The spirit energy that flowed endlessly released a faint cyan glow. Under this cyan glow, even the surrounding space began to tremble. Just his aura alone was able to create such a scene. Wu Yan was indeed worthy of being a small heaven realm expert that surpassed the spirit detecting realm. Qin Feng took a deep breath as his mental energy condensed into the yin-yang fusion array. The black and blue light expanded and contracted, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding space. A trace of astonishment flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. Soon after, he sneered, "This is the mental energy array that mental energy masters specialize in. Is this what you're relying on? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I'll break it today." Qin Feng did not pay any attention to Wu Yan's clamor. He only continued to urge the spiritual energy in his body, allowing the feeling of surging power to ripple under every inch of his muscles. Qin Feng's disregard caused Wu Yan's face to twitch. Soon after, he let out a cold laugh. His figure suddenly moved, and an afterimage appeared. His figure was like a ghost as he suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Wu Yan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, also caused Qin Feng's eyes to shrink slightly. This fellow's speed was really frightening. It was likely that he was even faster than him. While this thought flashed across his heart, Qin Feng's hand was not slow. The sky-splitting axe moved in response to his heart. With a chi sound, it cut through the air and carried a powerful force as it violently smashed towards Wu Yan's head in front of him. Bang! As the sky-splitting axe fell, Wu Yan did not dodge. He waved his sleeve expressionlessly and collided head-on with the sky-splitting axe. Immediately, a crisp sound rang out. When the sky-splitting axe and Wu Yan's sleeve collided, the force contained in the sky-splitting axe did not tear Wu Yan's sleeve. Instead, a sharp and powerful force caused Wu Yan's sleeve to lean back. When the sky-splitting axe was deflected by Wu Yan's sleeve, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. However, before he could counterattack, Wu Yan sneered in front of him. His palm curled into a claw, and like lightning, he directly grabbed at Qin Feng's heart. Even with the superimposed speed of the light wings, Qin Feng could not dodge such a short-distance attack. Fortunately, he was extremely experienced in close combat. Chapter 281. Immortal Light, Qi. As the two collided, Wu Yan's arm shook and dissolved the force on Qin Feng's fist. His claws were like a venomous snake opening its mouth as it fiercely bit down on Qin Feng's fist. With a slash of his sharp nails, there were a few streaks of blood. This was because Qin Feng had both spiritual energy and mental energy to protect his body. If it was an ordinary person, his entire fist would have been cut off. The pain that came from his fist caused Qin Feng's eyelids to tremble. However, he did not panic in the slightest. He spun his fist and spread out his 5 fingers. Mental energy and spiritual energy gushed out and blocked all of Wu Yan's following attacks. Even Wu Yan could not help but gasp in surprise at his experienced close-range combat awareness. Soon after, he sneered and punched out again. As he attacked, his palms sometimes turned into claws. All kinds of attacks were casually thrown out by Wu Yin. With the support of her ocean-like spiritual energy, even with Qin Feng's ability, he was constantly retreating under such violent attacks. There were even a few head-on collisions that caused him to let out a groan. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries from the head-on collisions. In a split second, Qin Feng and Wu Yin exchanged over a dozen lightning-like blows. Both parties exchanged punches, and their attacks were incomparably sharp. If one was careless, one would end up with quite a serious injury. However, overall, it was obvious that Wu Yin had gained the upper hand in this wild and violent clash, while Qin Feng was barely able to hold on. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided again. The endless waves of spiritual energy finally caused Qin Feng's figure to explosively retreat. With a muffled groan, a trace of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. After repelling Qin Feng, Wu Yin did not immediately attack. Instead, he calmly tidied up his messy robes and sneered at the former. In the face of absolute strength, all your means are pale and powerless. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. He slightly raised his head, and his pupils slightly shrank. What was reflected in his eyes was a rapidly expanding black-blue light. Rumble. The yin-yang fusion formation smashed into Wu Yan's body. In an instant, a fierce energy poured down like a volcanic eruption. Overwhelming energy ripples spread out from the collision. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the somewhat distorted space due to the spreading energy ripples. Just as he was about to sense Wu Yan's situation, his expression suddenly changed. Galestorm. Streaks of sharp wind blades erupted from the energy and shot out like raindrops. Great desolate war constitution. Qin Feng shouted inwardly, and the light of primal chaos quickly spread throughout his body. Following that, the clanging sounds continued to ring out. Qin Feng kept retreating. Under the attack of the wind blades, sparks flew from his body and clanking sounds rang out. Pucci. When the last wind blade disappeared, the light of primal chaos disappeared from Qin Feng's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered a serious injury. I almost forgot about your spirit formation. This kind of coordinated attack is not bad. If it was someone at the same level, no one would be a match for you. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Wu Yin slowly walked out and floated in the air with a mocking look on his face. Qin Feng's expression was extremely serious. This Wu Yin was probably stronger than an ordinary minor heaven realm expert. His yin-yang fusion formation could not do anything to him. The air in his drooping palm rippled, and then a bead engraved with various images of beasts appeared in his hand. It's time to end this. Wu Yin stretched out his hand. Spirit-destroying wind palm. A large hand grabbed at Qin Feng. This hand seemed to encompass heaven and earth, making it impossible for Qin Feng to escape. His eyes flashed fiercely as he threw the 10,000 beasts heavenly bead out. It exploded in the large hand. Ferocious energy mixed with the roars of beasts shook the large hand, but the effect was minimal. The large hand slowed down, but it was still pushing forward. If I let you escape after using this move, I might as well kill myself. Wu Yin maintained his posture with his hand outstretched. The spirit energy in his palm continued to gather toward the spirit-destroying wind palm. Looking at the large hand that was slowly pushing forward and blocking all his escape routes, Qin Feng's expression was serious. His eyes flashed as he thought of a plan to retreat. Due to the difference in strength, the Water God art and Fire God art could not display their full power. The yin-yang fusion formation could not do anything to his opponent. The 10,000 beast summoning art and the divine dragon art could not gain an advantage in close combat. The yin-yang art lacked the corresponding yang qi, which caused the yin hand and yang hand to have a large gap. The great desolate battle body also had a time limit and could not be used for a long time. His methods were nothing against any late-stage spirit-detecting realm expert, but before a minor heaven realm expert, they were pale and powerless. Looks like I can only try this move. Qin Feng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yin immediately laughed. Are you going to give up? Don't worry, I won't kill you. His Highness the Third Prince will give you one more chance. Ignoring Wu Yan, Qin Feng calmed his mind and tried to comprehend that state. His blood seemed to be boiling, and rays of light flashed and intertwined. Then he put his hands together and formed a complicated and ancient seal. Boom! Qin Feng's body suddenly shook, and a violent wind blew around him. The energy around him showed signs of going berserk, and a terrifying force wreaked havoc around him. Immortal reincarnation, eye, open. A blood-red vertical eye slowly appeared between his eyebrows. At this moment, Wu Yan's heart trembled, especially that vertical eye. He felt a throbbing from the depths of his soul. What is this power? When the vertical eye opened, it was scarlet in color. An extremely berserk energy spread out from the vertical eye. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Wu Yan indifferently. A cold and deep voice filled with endless killing intent slowly came out of his mouth. Immortal light. Whoosh. Rays of light gathered around the vertical eye, and then an extremely dense red light appeared. At this moment, the universe seemed to have stopped, as if all the light had been sucked out, and it became dim. After that, the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if a tsunami had erupted and a flood had broken through the dam. An extremely violent energy spread out in all directions. Energy ripples appeared one after another, and wherever it passed, the air would constantly explode. The most terrifying thing was that vertical eye. It was like a blood-red meteor. Wherever it passed, space seemed to have been plowed, and a blood-red tunnel was formed. Bang! The red light was like an extremely sharp sword, and it easily pierced through the hand. At the same time, Wu Yan was shocked. A bloody hole had appeared in his palm, and blood was flowing out. How could he release such a powerful attack? Wu Yan looked at Qin Feng in a daze. In his last sight, the red light rushed into his forehead, and a bloody light exploded at the back of his head. Go to hell. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. The third prince had appeared out of nowhere, and his sharp fist bombarded Qin Feng. Feeling that powerful force, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth gradually curled up into a mocking smile. I was waiting for you. Chapter 282. The imperial capitals helped the third prince did not expect that Qin Feng would still be on guard against him at this time. This made him quite surprised, but very quickly, the astonishment on his face was replaced by a dense killing intent. He had to admit that he had miscalculated and underestimated Qin Feng's combat strength. He could not believe that Qin Feng had the ability to kill Wu Yan. He was confident that he could fight against a mini heavenly realm expert, but he was a cautious person. Everything he did was within his control. He did not want to fight to the death with Qin Feng. So when he saw that Qin Feng was about to be shot to death, he decisively made his move. He wanted to end Qin Feng in one strike. If he could not cooperate with such a person, he could only kill him on the spot. He did not want to have a fair fight. He only wanted to end the fight in the safest way possible. So he made his move at the most critical moment. At this moment, Qin Feng should be powerless and relaxed. But he did not expect that Qin Feng would still be on guard against him when he was fighting with Wu Yan. Moreover, he was able to make the fastest counterattack when the third prince launched a sneak attack. But in his opinion, Qin Feng had already used up too much energy to kill Wu Yan. At this moment, he was just putting on a strong front. Qin Feng saw the third prince's change in mentality through his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. The yin and yang energy of his mental energy converged into the savage peak. Then, the savage peak expanded and smashed towards the third prince like a small mountain. The third prince's expression changed when he felt the terrifying power contained within the savage peak. The distance was too close and too sudden. He did not even have the time to retract his hand before he collided with the savage peak. At first glance, it looked like he was crashing into the savage peak. Sky Emperor Bell. At the critical moment, he used the Sky Emperor Bell's ultimate skill. The huge Sky Emperor Bell almost stuck to the savage peak as it expanded. Crack! Before the third prince could breathe a sigh of relief, His pupils shrank as he saw cracks appear on the Sky Emperor Bell. In a few breaths' time, the entire Sky Emperor Bell was filled with cracks. In the next second, it shattered. Poochie! The Emperor's bell deflected most of Savage Peak's power, but there was still a terrifying power that struck the third prince's body. His body shot down like a cannonball. With a rumbling sound, the earth shook and dust rose. Numerous cracks spread out along the ground. A gentle breeze blew past, and the dust in the air dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The third prince was lying in the deep pit, covered in blood. His breathing was weak, and his face was pale. He struggled to sit up and looked at Qin Feng in a daze. How could this guy be so powerful? He clearly sensed that Qin Feng's strength had been exhausted. How could he still release such a terrifying attack? After seriously injuring the third prince, Qin Feng had used up all of his strength. He barely managed to retrieve the Savage Peak. Trembling, he landed on the ground. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current strength, it was too much for him to use the Undying Tensei Eye. As soon as he opened his eyes, he had used up almost all of his spiritual power and physical strength. Even his mental strength had been overused. This kind of power was still too difficult for him to control. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. If the third prince hadn't ambushed him, he really wouldn't have been able to fight him. He had taken a deep breath and forcefully used the Savage Peak to heavily injure the third prince. After killing Wu Yin and seriously injuring the third prince, Qin Feng was already exhausted. He resisted the dizziness in his head and walked up to Wu Yin with difficulty. Then, he devoured all of his spiritual power. The spiritual power of a small Heaven Realm expert was a great supplement for him. Soon, his spiritual power had mostly recovered. Sensing the spiritual power coming from Qin Feng's body again, the third prince looked at the dried-up corpse of Wu Yin and felt a chill in his heart. What kind of evil technique was this? It actually devoured other people's spiritual power for his own use. It was too evil. What do you want? Seeing Qin Feng walking towards him, the third prince was shocked. Was this guy going to devour his spiritual power? I'm telling you, I'm a prince of the imperial capital. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the whole world. The third prince was really scared now. He was seriously injured and his spiritual power was weak. There was no way he could be Qin Feng's opponent. Hearing this, Qin Feng sneered. If I don't kill you, you'll let me go. He slowly patted, and the devouring power rippled. The third prince knew he couldn't escape. His eyes were full of hatred, and then he laughed crazily. Ha! Qin Feng, so what if you kill me? You can't save anything. The dead can't come back. Remember, you killed them. Qin Feng's hand paused, and he squinted at the third prince. What do you mean? You still don't know? The third prince was surprised, and then he laughed again. His laughter was full of ridicule and pleasure. After laughing for a while, the third prince slowly stopped, looked at Qin Feng, and said with a smile, If you have the ability, go home and see for yourself. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body stiffened. What did the third prince mean? He didn't have time to think, and a powerful attack suddenly shot at him. A figure shot from the distance and appeared here in a few breaths. He was like a meteorite falling. When he landed, the powerful impact caused the ground to collapse and rocks flew into the air. Qin Feng rapidly retreated. Just as he was about to launch a counterattack, a sharp, sword-humming sound rang out. Countless streams of sharp sword qi shot over like a rain of swords, tearing the void apart. Gemini's sword, Qingyuan. Sensing the familiar aura, Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He quickly summoned his light wings, and his body curved in a strange arc in the air, avoiding the sword rain. Whoosh! Just as he steadied himself, a huge fire suddenly came from his right side. The terrifying heat caused his vision to distort. Qin Feng suddenly stretched out a hand and used the fire god technique. The fire elements in the world gathered and fell into the fire, directly taking control of the fire. He waved his hand and pulled the fire over, then divided it into two and swept towards the figure and Xingyuan who was stepping on ground. Buzz! A sharp sound broke through the air, And then, Qin Feng's pupils shrank as he saw a black figure directly break through the seal of the fire, and with a sonic boom, it left a trail of light in the air and shot towards him. When his figure appeared in front of Qin Feng, a series of sonic booms sounded behind him, showing how fast he was. Heavy God Slash. The black figure's body went from extreme movement to extreme stillness, perfectly changing without any delay. He raised the big black iron sword and fiercely smashed it down. Hearing the sound of the wind, Qin Feng's heart beat wildly. The light wings quickly closed and shrouded above. Bang! The big iron sword fell, and with a flash, the light wings were shattered. Then, the iron sword with unparalleled power fiercely chopped towards Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng's eyes were fierce, and the sky-splitting axe appeared in his hand, and fiercely chopped upwards. Clang! An ear-piercing clang accompanied by sparks flew in all directions. Chapter 283. Attack of the Two Emperors. The ground shook, and countless cracks spread out from Qin Feng's calf. Qin Feng's body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Receiving this blow in haste had caused him to sustain quite a few injuries. If it weren't for the fact that he had undergone body sculpting, which made his physical body far stronger than others of the same level, the power of this blow would have been enough to kill him. He slowly raised his head and looked at the two people in the air. One of them was someone he recognized. It was Qin Yuan, who he had fought with before. The other was someone he was unfamiliar with. The other party's figure was very tall, like a primordial wild bull, and his entire body was filled with an explosive aura. His bronze-colored skin was faintly discernible under the loose beast skin, and the veins on his arms were wriggling like dragons. A black iron sword that was almost as long as his body was shining brightly under the twilight. It emitted a cold metallic luster. His face was square as if it had been carved by a blade, and his eyes were large and his brows were thick, causing him to emanate a terrifying aura. Qin Feng turned his head and looked in the direction of the third prince. Beside him, a young man appeared. He was clad in a crimson robe, and his thick and fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, resembling a ball of flame that was burning in the wind. Flames surged around his body, distorting everyone's line of sight. 3 top experts. Qin Feng's heart sank. He could feel that these two youths were not any weaker than Qin Yuan. One was already his limit. Now that there were 2 more, how was he supposed to fight? You're the one from St. Ryuan? Zhang Shan lowered his head and looked at Qin Feng. His eyes were filled with interest. You were able to set Qin Yuan up, kill Commander Wu Yan, and severely injure the third prince. You are not simple. Hearing Zhang Shanchong's words, Qin Yuan's face twitched and his eyes darkened. Qin Feng escaping from his hands was indeed a disgrace to him. You don't have to do anything. I'll deal with him myself, he said. That won't do. This guy's head is very valuable. Zhang Shan shook his head heavily. Obviously, he didn't want to give it to Qin Yuan. To actually be able to intercept my flames, it seems like you're also very proficient in using fire. Huashi walked over, his body jumping with clusters of flames, making him look like the Emperor of Fire. The 3 experts came together, and the extremely powerful energy fluctuations made it difficult for Qin Feng to breathe. Although the 3 of them had not advanced to the minor heavenly stage, the pressure they gave off was something that even minor heavenly stage experts did not possess. Facing these 3 people, even Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. As long as he had a single breath left in him, he would never give up. Qin Feng's spiritual power slowly spread out, and his spiritual power surged around his body. His face was extremely dignified. Facing 3 people, he had to raise his state to the peak. Rumble. Suddenly, Qin Feng's pupils shrank. Without any warning, a golden fist bloomed behind him, and a terrifying power instantly attacked him. It was so sudden that even Qin Feng didn't have time to react. He just instinctively mobilized his spiritual power to defend himself. With a dull sound, Qin Feng was sent flying and he coughed up blood. Sixth brother. Seeing the person who attacked him, the third prince's eyes narrowed, and he was a little angry. The sixth prince swung his fist, which was shining with golden light, and smiled. Third brother, what you can't do, I'll do it for you. Sixth prince? Qin Feng's heart sank. To think that another prince had appeared. Brat, give up. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded. Qin Feng's skin tightened, and his pupils shrank. He saw a palm filled with golden energy reaching for his throat. What a strange speed. Qin Feng used the body-changing steps and quickly went behind the person who attacked him. He clenched his fist, and with a dragon's roar, he punched towards that person. However, before his fist fell, the person in front of him suddenly disappeared, and then his whole body was sent flying, and a burning pain came from his chest. You're still too inexperienced to use a movement skill in front of me. That person chuckled, and the golden light faded, revealing his true appearance. It was a young man who looked quite similar to the sixth prince. Eighth prince, Qin Feng said softly. Although he didn't know much about the eight princes, he still knew that the sixth prince and the eighth prince were quite close, and the third prince and the seventh prince were in the same camp. Since the sixth prince had appeared, then this person should be the eighth prince. At the same time, two princes had appeared, and they were quite powerful. At this moment, Qin Feng was really desperate. Without reinforcements, he would definitely die. Oh, the eighth prince stared at Qin Feng and frowned. When I fought with you just now, I felt a very familiar power from your body. It made me very excited. Qin Feng knew what the eighth prince was talking about. It was the power of the fire god law and the water god law, and when he was attacked, he used a little of it. Brother Qing, Brother Zhang, Brother Hua, please forgive me. This person killed my seventh brother, and I must bring him in front of father. The sixth prince cupped his fists towards Hua, Shi, and the others, and his tone was somewhat apologetic. From this, it could be seen that the princes of the royal family were not simple. Although Qing Yuan, Hua Shi, and Shanzhong's status could not be compared with the princes, their potential and the power behind them were not small. Therefore, he didn't use his status as a prince to pressure them, and instead, he used his status as a request. Since the sixth prince had spoken like this, even if the three of them were dissatisfied, they couldn't refuse. Since the sixth prince has personally asked, we naturally won't refuse. Qing Yuan smiled and took a few steps back, but there was a trace of regret in his eyes. He wanted to use this opportunity to obtain the last layer of the imperial sword technique. Thank you, Brother Qing. The sixth prince nodded, looked at Qing Yuan, and said with a smile, this time, we were able to trap this demon because of your contributions. When we return, I will report this to father and ask him to reward you. After that, the sixth prince looked at the gloomy third prince and said with a smile, third brother, I will leave first. The two princes attacked together, and golden light surged, and it was quite oppressive. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed, and said heroically, you want to fight? Today, I will fight with you. Now that things had come to this, he didn't care about anything. Even if he died in battle, he would die with a bang, and he would not be caught by them. The power of fire was activated by him, and it turned into a huge fire and directly enveloped the two princes. The power of fire was the best way to restrain the power of metal. At this point, he had no scruples. If he was exposed, then so be it. 5 elements technique. The two princes were shocked at the same time, and their eyes shone brightly. The third prince was also stunned, and his eyes were wide open. This guy actually knew the 5 elements technique, and it was the fire god technique, which was specially used to restrain their metal god technique. Looks like we have a big harvest this time. The sixth prince laughed, and he was not worried at all. Although one of his trump cards was restrained, he still had more tricks up his sleeves than just the metal god technique. The two princes' faces were filled with excitement. The royal family had used all means, and only one of the 5 elements technique, the metal god technique. This technique was extremely powerful, especially after gathering the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements would appear. Chapter 284. Chapter 284 to fight to the last ditch boom. The three figures were fiercely entangled with each other. Golden light and flames gushed out, and spiritual energy crazily gushed out from the three of them. The two of them fought from the ground to the air, and then from the air to the ground. Everywhere they passed, everything in their path was destroyed. Following the intense exchange between the three of them, the overflowing energy poured out in a frenzy, leaving deep cracks on the ground. Qin Feng went all out, completely disregarding the consequences, fighting to the death. The more he fought, the braver he became. The spiritual energy around his body surged, and his spiritual energy whistled. All kinds of combat skills and spells were at his fingertips. His fists, legs, elbows, and every part of his body became a killing weapon. Every attack caused the air to explode. This was the craziest battle he had ever fought. He didn't care about the consequences and didn't have any scruples. He just wanted to fight to his heart's content. The sixth prince and the eighth prince were a little shocked. Although they had held back, it was really not easy to fight with them in this kind of situation. Crash! Suddenly, just as the three attacks were about to collide, Qin Feng executed his heavenly water field. A gigantic ball of water, over 20 meters in diameter, appeared out of thin air, enveloping all three of them. In the outside world, the third prince's eyes were wide open and his gaze was lifeless. He was all too familiar with this. This was the power of water. It possesses the power of fire and the power of water. He was about to go crazy. How many years had it been? Their imperial family only had the gold god technique, but this guy not only had the fire god technique, but also the water god technique. It was simply too miraculous. Like him, the sixth prince and the eighth prince were also extremely shocked. They could not believe it. They could personally experience how pure the water element in the water ball was. Only the water god technique could mobilize it. However, what awaited them was Qin Feng's crazy attacks. His spiritual power and spiritual power were all in a riot. He wanted to kill the two princes here, even if he had to die. However, even he found it difficult to use the heavenly water domain to trap two young experts at the same time. I'll kill you first. Qin Feng rushed towards the sixth prince, his spiritual energy surging out, courting death. The sixth prince's eyes were awe-inspiring. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back. Golden spiritual energy burst out from his body and actually created a vacuum in the heavenly water field for a short period of time. Might of the divine emperor. As the voice in his heart rang out, a faint flush of redness suddenly surged onto Qin Feng's face. That fist of his seemed to have become a size larger. That surge of strength rose explosively once again, causing the space to emit buzzing noises. At the same time, the sixth prince's face finally showed some fluctuations, as if he was a little surprised. However, he was only surprised for a moment before he let out a cold laugh. With an indifferent expression, he threw out a punch. In his opinion, although Qin Feng's punch was tyrannical, it was not enough to threaten him. It was enough to make him pay a little attention. However, just as the two fists collided, the expression on his face suddenly froze. This was because he saw the corner of Qin Feng's mouth seemingly lifted into a mocking arc, stop acting all mysterious. After a slight pause in his heart, the sixth prince sneered and no longer hesitated. Spiritual power whizzed out from his fist. Condense. However, at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his fist into a palm. Spiritual power spread out and grabbed the sixth prince's fist. A strange power spread out. The sixth prince's entire body suddenly froze, and even his face, which was about to change greatly, froze at the same time. Break for me! With a loud shout, the spiritual power around his body burst out, breaking free from the inexplicable disorder in his body and shaking off Qin Feng's palm. Boom! However, his momentary loss of balance allowed Qin Feng to gain the upper hand. Qin Feng's fist heavily smashed over. The sixth prince's face changed slightly, and he wanted to retreat. Because he just regained his balance, the power in his body suddenly decreased. It seemed that it was not enough to fight against that fist. However, it was obviously too late. Qin Feng's fist fiercely smashed into the sixth prince's chest. In an instant, a loud sound suddenly came out. The people who were watching at this moment all opened their mouths wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. Because under their gazes, the sixth prince, who clearly had a stronger aura, was actually sent flying by Qin Feng's punch. Moreover, the spiritual energy that pervaded his body also decreased by quite a bit. Clearly, he received quite a bit of impact. The sixth prince was sent flying out of the sky water field. However, this was just the beginning. Qin Feng, who was rapidly sinking, suddenly stopped. The light wings behind him flapped and quickly rushed toward the sixth prince, who was flying horizontally. In midair, spiritual power continued to wreak havoc. A figure penetrated the layers of spiritual power shock waves and quickly arrived beside the sixth prince, who was still in midair. Fists were like raindrops, densely packed, and smashed down. Bang, bang, bang. The dense fist shadows blasted down. The sixth prince's spiritual power became thinner and thinner, and his face was slightly pale. Because of his carelessness, he took a punch from Qin Feng. Now his body was still in a state of emptiness. He could only use the remaining spiritual power to support himself for a while. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, the sound of energy explosions continued. Two figures, following Qin Feng's continuous punches, slowly descended. The surroundings were silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open, and their expressions were almost lifeless. They were somewhat stunned. Obviously, no one had expected that the sixth prince and the eighth prince, who had the absolute advantage, would fall into such an awkward situation in such a short period of time. Now, not only did they have no room to fight back, but if they continued, their lives would be in danger. What kind of strange method is this guy using? Qin Yuan stared at Qin Feng, who was constantly attacking fiercely, and frowned slightly. The sixth prince's counterattack is not weak, but it seems that something unexpected happened to his power all of a sudden. He couldn't gather it, and that's why he suddenly fell into a disadvantage. Just now, something must have affected him, causing him to withdraw most of his attacks. He was suddenly hit by the impact and couldn't recover. Could it be spiritual power? It shouldn't be. People of our level already have the means to fight against spiritual power masters of the same level. The sixth prince can't be careless to this extent. This guy's method is really mysterious. Was she and the other two whispered to each other. In the end, they still couldn't figure out what had happened. This person is not simple. In the forest not far away, two beautiful figures appeared. The woman in front stared at Feng Chun, who was constantly punching, and sighed softly. The other woman also nodded. Her pretty face was filled with shock. He can actually do this. He is indeed very powerful. The first woman nodded. Then, she looked at the second woman and said, Qi Shuang, you should know that this person can't live. He is fighting with his back to the river, cutting off his escape route. Chapter 285. 1 against 3 Inch Zhou, Su, Tianbu, and the others are also rushing over. Killer organizations, spirit master organizations, tiger knights, and others are all approaching this place. No one can save him. Lucio Qishuang clenched her jade-like hands tightly and bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. When Qin Feng injured the third prince just now, she already wanted to come out and think of a way to take Qin Feng away. However, before she could show herself, she, Zhang Shanchong, and Qin Yuan had already charged over. Soon after, the sixth prince and the eighth prince had also arrived. She definitely couldn't show herself. It was obvious that they were helping Qin Feng. Even the Lucio family would not be able to bear this crime. After all, Qin Feng was no longer the same as before. His hands were stained with the blood of the seventh prince, and the royal family had issued an order to kill him. A roar filled with anger suddenly resounded. The sixth prince's body trembled as a fierce spiritual energy burst out. Seeing this, Qin Feng's heart became ruthless. He forcibly received the impact of the sixth prince's spiritual energy. Clenching his fists, the light of chaos filled the air. Then, under the sixth prince's frightened gaze, He fiercely smashed his fists into the sixth prince's chest. Pucci! The sixth prince spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in, and his face turned pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. From the time the two of them were trapped in the heavenly water domain to the time when the sixth prince was heavily injured, it seemed like a long time, but in reality, only a few breaths of time had passed. Therefore, when the eighth prince broke the heavenly water domain from the inside, he saw the sixth prince being heavily injured. He stared coldly at Qinfeng. He was both embarrassed and angry. They were 2 against 1, but they were still forced to this extent. To them, this was simply a great humiliation. He needed to vent. Only by completely trampling on his opponent could he vent the hatred in his heart. Therefore, he no longer held back and unleashed all of his spiritual energy. Carrying an unparalleled momentum, he rushed towards Qinfeng. Before you die, you will experience the cruelest torture. A fierce battle finally broke out under the eighth prince's anger. In the air, figures flashed, and spiritual energy erupted. Every time they intersected, there would be a shocking explosion of energy. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the 2 figures in the sky, especially the eighth prince. His attacks were too fierce and overbearing. After several bombardments, he had completely suppressed Qinfeng and made him unable to fight back. This guy, Zhang Shanzhong's eyes flickered. No matter what was said, Qinfeng was still able to seriously injure one of the princes after fighting against Wu Yin and the third prince. Even if he was at a disadvantage now, it was still something to be proud of. Boom! Another fist and palm collided, and Qinfeng's body was sent flying. Blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. At this point in the battle, he was truly exhausted. He had no more strength left in his body. Both his spiritual power and spiritual power were in a state of exhaustion. At this moment, the eighth prince chased after Qinfeng. His golden palm brought along a strong wind as it slapped towards Qinfeng's chest. Qinfeng stared at the eighth prince. Just when the eighth prince's palm was about to land on his body, the light of chaos suddenly spread rapidly. In a state of exhaustion, he unwillingly used the great desolate war body again. Although it was only for a breath, it was enough to block the eighth prince's fierce attack. Qinfeng quickly grabbed the eighth prince's wrist and used the 100 Calamity Devouring Heaven's secret art to devour his spiritual power. The eighth prince sensed the loss of his spiritual power, and his complexion greatly changed. Just when he was about to open his eyes, his heart suddenly throbbed. It seemed that even his soul was trembling. He abruptly looked at Qinfeng. Immediately, his pupils violently shrank. On the latter's forehead, he saw an eye that was flowing with scarlet light. That vertical eye was half open and half closed. However, the energy flowing within it was too frightening. The eighth prince had no doubt that he would definitely die if he was hit at such a close distance. "Get lost!" he shouted and desperately mobilized his spiritual power to resist the loss. Then, he kicked Qinfeng and sent him flying, while he quickly retreated. Whoosh! A scarlet light shot out from Qinfeng's head. At this moment, the sixth prince's soul trembled as he felt the threat of death. He desperately twisted his body to avoid being hit. Pucci! The scarlet light penetrated his abdomen, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Both of them were sent flying at the same time and then heavily fell to the ground. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked in their hearts. Even the eighth prince was seriously injured. Just how strong was this guy? His spiritual power and spiritual power were seriously depleted. How did he launch such a terrifying attack? That scarlet light made even them shudder in fear. Lying on the ground, Qinfeng looked at the eighth prince in a sorry state and felt regret. The undying tensei I was not fully opened, causing the power of the immortal light to weaken. Otherwise, this blow would have taken the eighth prince's life, even if it did not hit his vital points. What a pity. He was now really at the point of exhaustion. The last bit of his spiritual power was squeezed out by him to open the undying tensei eye. Qinfeng knew that he would not be able to survive because there were still Qin Yuan, Hua Shi, and Zhang Shanzhong. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to stop them, let alone now. I'm not willing to die like this. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled cruelly. He struggled to get up and desperately opened the devouring power to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. However, he was seriously injured and his spiritual power was exhausted. The 100 Calamity devouring heaven art was very slow, so the amount of spiritual power he could devour was quite little. But in general, he had accumulated a little spiritual power in his body and could fight again. Who else? Qin Feng stood up and looked at Qin Yuan and the other two. He said word by word, "If you want my life, come and fight. Today, even if I die, I will make you pay with blood." The three of them did not say anything. It was not out of fear, but out of respect. Such a person deserved their respect. It's a pity for someone like you. Huashi sighed and slowly walked out. He looked at Qin Feng, flames dancing all over his body. He was going to attack. Qin Feng smiled. A sad smile, a happy smile. Haha, this is the last battle. To be able to fight with so many young masters, I can die without regrets. Make your move. Use all your power and give your opponent the last respect. Qin Feng turned into a sharp arrow and rushed toward Huashi. As you wish. Huashi shouted. His body shook, and a monstrous flame swept out like a sea of fire, rolling and shaking, causing the space to distort violently. Use your flame. Let me see your ability to control fire. Hua, she said. As you wish. Qin Feng smiled. He used the fire god art to the extreme. He waved his hand, and fire elements quickly gathered between heaven and earth. Although his power was almost exhausted, at this moment his use of the fire god art had really reached the peak. So in an instant, Huashi lost control of his flame again. How is this possible? He was shocked. He was good at playing with fire and was very good at controlling it. But at this moment he was shaken. Before he even attacked, his flame was controlled by someone else. For someone who played with fire, it was undoubtedly a big blow. Qin Feng controlled Huashi's flame. All kinds of beastly roars came from his body. In his palm, a 10,000 beasts heavenly pearl condensed. Let's fight. He laughed and threw the flame at Qin Yuan and the 10,000 beasts heavenly pearl at Zhang Shanchong. Chapter 286. Grievous news to deal with the three previous heavenly kings at the same time. Huashi, Qin Yuan, and Zhang Shanchong. This was simply unimaginable for the younger generation. No one would dare to do that unless they had absolute strength. Otherwise, they would be crazy. That's right, at this moment, Qin Feng had truly gone mad. He had cut off his own path of retreat and knew that he couldn't survive. He wanted to die a heroic death in battle. In the distance, Lucio deceives the Frost's eyes dimmed as he sighed deeply. Qin Yuan patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. You've already done well enough. He's also worked hard. He doesn't have any regrets about this result because he fell on the road of charge. Let's go. Rumble. Qin Feng suffered a crushing defeat in this confrontation. He suffered a crushing defeat as soon as they exchanged blows. His body was wounded in many places, and even a few of his bones were broken. In the evening, the red sun was perfectly round, and the sunset glow-dyed layer after layer of clouds red, inlaid with golden edges. Even the mountains were bright red. The setting sun was bright red, as if it had been dyed in blood. The blood-red color was dazzling and carried with it a sense of lethargy, like a piece of rotten wood. Qin Feng had this feeling now. This was the feeling of death. His lifespan was coming to an end. No matter how unwilling he was powerless to fight back. After killing Wu Yan, who was at the lesser heaven realm, and 3 other princes, he was truly at the end of his rope. He no longer had any strength left. Even if there was a dead spirit beast, he did not have the strength to devour its blood and qi. Am I really going to die? Qin Feng's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness became increasingly blurry. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he felt the ground tremble. A large number of people were approaching. In the blur, he saw figures with powerful auras descending one after another. He knew that the experts of the imperial capital had all rushed over. It's over, Qin Feng murmured softly. Qin Feng felt that his heartbeat was getting slower and slower. His vision was getting darker and darker. Qin Feng's body was trembling more and more violently. In his mind, there was only the sound of his heartbeat. In the dark and quiet world, there seemed to be an extremely huge power gathering in Qin Feng's palm, about to surge out. However, the instant this enormous energy was about to surge out, it suddenly paused. Immediately, it withdrew in a lightning-like manner, as though it had never appeared. At the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Qin Feng only felt the earth shake violently, and an indescribable energy fluctuation burst out from him. But strangely, there was a gentle force dragging him, and he didn't feel any pain. Qin Feng tried his best to open his eyes, only to see an extremely beautiful countenance. His gaze froze as he muttered in a daze, "Teacher Shan Yu, little guy, sleep well. We'll take you back." Looking at Qin Feng's miserable appearance, Shan Yu said softly. Qin Feng shifted his gaze and discovered that there was an intense battle in the air. Figures flashed, and every collision seemed to be destructive. "You guys finally made it here." Qin Feng smiled bitterly and fainted. Rumble, there was a terrifying battle between supreme experts. Pain, intense pain, heart-wrenching pain, and chaotic consciousness. There was only this feeling, as though he was in a furnace, and in the next moment, he felt like he was buried in a snowy mountain. Qin Feng, an anxious voice filled with incomparable worry, was transmitted into his chaotic consciousness. In the darkness, a faint light shone in, and the light was getting stronger. The darkness disappeared, and Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a beautiful face with a hint of exhaustion. Her eyes were filled with worry and heartache. "Qin Feng, you're awake. How do you feel?" Looking at Qin Feng, who opened his eyes, Ouyang, she was pleasantly surprised. Fan Miao Miao, Zhao Qi, Xiao Yun, and the others also quickly ran over, looking at Qin Feng with a worried expression. Vision, touch, hearing, his senses slowly recovered. At the same time, the intense pain was like a maggot in his bones, following closely behind. Hiss, sucking in a breath of cold air. Qin Feng looked at Ouyang Shi and the others and asked weakly, "How long have I been unconscious?" "A whole 5 days." Ouyang Shi's eyes were filled with tears. "It's been 5 days." Qin Feng muttered, and suddenly his eyes widened. "Heavenly Road, you missed it." Zhao Qi sighed and stuffed a healing pill into Qin Feng's mouth and said helplessly, "When Senior Mo Xing brought you back, you were already in a deep coma. They tried everything, but couldn't wake you up. The Heavenly Road is open, and danger is everywhere. They couldn't let you enter the Heavenly Road in that state." Qin Feng was absent-minded. He gave his all, but in the end, he still missed the Heavenly Road. Su Qin walked over and said softly, "Qin Feng, have a good rest. Since things have come to this, don't think about anything else. Saint Ryuin will protect you." Qin Feng nodded. Since things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything. With the Heavenly Road closed, even if a deity came, it would be useless. "Everyone go out. Let him have a good rest." "Ouyang," she said to everyone. "What happened to them?" Looking at their backs, Qin Feng was puzzled. No matter how he looked at them, they were depressed and sad. Was it because of him? But he had already woken up. His consciousness gradually blurred, and when he woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the second day. "Little brat, you're awake." Gu Jiulai's face appeared in Qin Feng's line of sight. Qin Feng was about to sit up, but Gu Jiulai gently pressed him down and smiled. "It's all right, have a good rest. With us here, the imperial family won't be able to take you away. You can rest here and recuperate." Qin Feng nodded, and after a moment of silence, he asked softly, "Mo Feng and the others, did anyone die in battle?" Gu Jiulai was startled, then sighed deeply, patted Qin Feng's shoulder, and sighed, "Have a good rest." After speaking, Gu Jiulai left. Qin Feng's eyes turned red. He knew that someone among them had really died in battle. In the evening, Zhao Qi and Fan Miao Miao came to take care of Qin Feng. For 2 days, it was only them, and Ouyang Shi and the others didn't show up even once. Xiao Yun, Long Zhan, and Su Qin also didn't appear. This made Qin Feng feel uneasy. Why did the four of them disappear after he woke up? Were they hiding from him? Why were they hiding from him? Sin City. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and he grabbed Zhao Qi's wrist and said solemnly, "Find Ouyang Shi and the others. Did they have something to do? We will take care of you during this period of time." Zhao Qi said softly, but Qin Feng could clearly hear the guilt hidden in her voice. "Zhao Qi Miao Miao, I want to see them," Qin Feng said. "They really have something to do. Right now, the situation outside is very tense, and many of the powerful students have been assigned missions." Zhao Qi turned her head and said softly, "Qin Feng, you're injured right now. You need to recuperate first." Fan Miao Miao brought over a bowl of medicinal porridge. Pung! Qin Feng knocked the bowl over, and he stared at Zhao Qi with a burning gaze. After a long time, he asked with a trembling voice, "Sinner, did something happen to the Qin family?" The two were silent, and after a long time, Fan Miao Miao sighed and said, "Qin Feng, we can tell you the situation, but please take care of your body first. Speak." Qin Feng's voice trembled. Chapter 287. Great Hatred. His entire family will be executed? Qin Feng froze on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he felt a chill from head to toe. His relatives were all dead? His family had been slaughtered? His ears buzzed, his vision darkened, and he saw stars. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He staggered and almost fell onto the bed. Qin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and his heart felt extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't breathe and was about to suffocate to death. He couldn't hear anything, and his vision was pitch black. He held onto the edge of the bed weakly, and his body trembled. He had once harbored some hope, but now it had turned into despair. From the third prince's words to the reaction of Ouyang Shi and the others today, Qin Feng had this feeling. He had guessed some of it, and his heart had always been anxious, intensely uneasy. But when this extremely cruel truth was exposed, he still found it hard to bear. He couldn't hear anything. His ears were deafened, and his eyes were blurry. He couldn't see anything. There was only pain in his heart. He felt like he was sealed in an isolated dark space. Qin Feng's Adam's apple was moving, but he could only make a hoarse sound. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. There were no tears, only pain. His soul was about to suffocate. His spirit dimmed as he sank into endless darkness. He couldn't break free. All he felt was endless suffering. He was walking alone in the sea of despair. The dark space, the dark sea of bitterness, there was no end. He felt as if he was going to die. Why is it like this? My clansmen have all died. His voice was hoarse, and his body was trembling. He felt helpless and hopeless. This was completely different from how he was in the past. Qin Feng had never been so weak before. He was like a child, crying helplessly. How could he accept such an ending? Even if he had guessed this before, he had never thought that it would be like this. His entire clan had been wiped out. His skin and flesh trembled as his blood burned and flickered intensely. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, and ears. Soon after, 2 lines of blood flowed from his lifeless eyes. Qin Feng wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He was like a wounded beast trapped in a place of despair. He couldn't feel anything from the outside world. He was really sealed in darkness. He unconsciously held onto the edge of the bed. It was as if his soul had been lost, and he could not find his way back. He mumbled something that was neither crying nor laughing. It was just a hoarse cry of pain. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng was finally able to breathe. He struggled out of the darkness and gasped for air. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. It was the first time Zhao Qi and Fan Miao Miao saw such an expression on Qin Feng's face. Their eyes were red and their noses were sour. When they heard the bad news, they were stunned. The city of Sin's Qin family was slaughtered overnight. They were all worried that Qin Feng would not be able to accept it, so they had been hiding it from him. Ouyang Shi and the others did not dare to contact him, worried that he would find out. Originally, Xiao Chun wanted to let Xiao Chun take the heavenly road and leave. However, he did not expect to be delayed. Qin Feng, you have to hold on. Your family's revenge is still waiting for you. You can't fall, Fan Miao Miao said. In the end, she couldn't help but turn her head away as tears continued to fall. Their entire family was slaughtered. Who could bear this kind of grief? You knew it after all. Ouyang, she walked in from outside. Her beautiful face was filled with deep sorrow. Su Qin, Xiao Yun, and Long Zhan all sighed inwardly as they sat at the side in silence. This kind of thing was hard for anyone to bear. Ouyang, she walked to the bedside and stared at Qin Feng. While crying, she said seriously, Qin Feng, if you want to take revenge for your family, you have to pull yourself together. Don't be half dead and half alive and let your family not rest in peace in the underworld. Qin Feng, I can understand your pain, but you can't fall. Otherwise, who will take revenge for your family? Xiaoyan also spoke at this time. They all thought that Qin Feng would not be able to bear the blow and fall into depression. However, what surprised them was that after Qin Feng's initial lifeless state, he became very calm. He was unusually calm, and this kind of calmness made them feel afraid. Qin Feng leaned on the bed and crossed his fingers in front of his chest. His tone was very calm. Tell me the details. Seeing him so calm, Ouyang, she sighed. She didn't know if it was good or bad. She said, after you killed the seventh prince, the royal family was furious. However, they couldn't find any trace of you, so they ordered to slaughter your family. They captured the remaining Qin family members and forced you to show yourself. However, you didn't show up. In the end, they lost their patience and killed all of your family members. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. He was filled with regret. According to the time, he was still in the spiritual space and didn't know about this. Are there any of my family members alive? He asked softly. A small portion. Ouyang, she nodded and said, at that time, the Saint Ruin also guessed that the royal family would make a move on your family. However, it was too late. When they arrived, the royal family had already made their move. They could only secretly save a small portion of people. Qin Feng closed his eyes and said in a low voice, before this happened, the city of Sin didn't do anything. For example, the mayor's palace. Hearing this, Ouyang, she shook her head and sighed bitterly. How could my father not do anything? When the news first spread, he wanted to move the Qin family and spread them out. However, the strange thing was that the royal family acted too quickly. Some of them had already arrived at the city of Sin. What was even more confusing was that they didn't do anything to the Qin family. They only secretly warned my father to not do anything. You also know that the royal family has already arrived. No matter how much power my father has, he can't do anything. Qin Feng's heart was filled with sorrow. Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. How could the royal family be faster than the mayor's palace? The two places were far apart. No matter how powerful the capital was, it would still take a few days. Those royal family members were placed in the city of Sin by him through the ninth princess. They were there to protect the Qin family and prevent the Jin and Zhou clans from doing anything behind the scenes. However, he didn't expect that because of this, he would end the Qin family's last hope. From a certain perspective, he personally destroyed the Qin family's last hope of survival. The ninth princess. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with hatred. In the end, he calmed down. His face returned to being emotionless. His eyes were emotionless. There was not a single ripple. He was so quiet that it was terrifying. Qin Feng. Ouyang, she looked at him worriedly. Qin Feng's calm acceptance was what they had hoped for. However, when it actually happened, they felt uneasy. Now, they would rather he cry, throw a tantrum, or go crazy. At least he could vent. You can all leave. I want some peace and quiet. Qin Feng said softly. Ouyang Shi and the others exchanged glances. They sighed and left. Inside the quiet room, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the flickering flame. There was no warmth in his calm eyes. Chapter 288. Awakening. Gong Xiaoxi. Qin Feng's reaction to his family being slaughtered was surprisingly calm. For a few days, he just quietly recovered in his room, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. In this regard, Ouyang Shi and the others also relaxed. Perhaps their words really had an effect. If they wanted to take revenge, they had to recuperate and be patient. With his talent, if he focused on cultivating in the Saint Ruin, he would definitely become a powerful person in the future. Revenge was not impossible. Qin Feng did not become dispirited and did not fall. Instead, he actively recovered and focused on cultivating. This made them feel relieved, and the higher-ups of the Saint Ruin were also relieved. Half a month later, Qin Feng had completely recovered. His spirit force and mental force had reached perfection. Because of the life and death battles, his strength had increased, and he was close to the peak of the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Qin Feng was cultivating in the Saint Ruin as usual. On this day, he was granted the right to enter the burial area. He arrived before a cenotaph, which was Qian Yan's tombstone. Back then, Qian Yan had been killed in order to protect the flower demon and the others. He had paid the price with his life to save the others, so he was buried here. Because there was nothing left of him, they could only place a cenotaph. Thinking about the past, Qin Feng felt very uncomfortable. Qian Yan had died like this and would never be able to see him again. He died a glorious death in battle. He is our pride. Any sadness is an insult to him, to them. Ying Yuan pointed forward and said. Qin Feng looked over and found that there were many more tombstones here. They all died honorably in that battle. Ying Yuan said, the battle between the imperial capital and the Saint Ruin is only a small part of it. Countless battles have occurred over the past tens of thousands of years, and we have long become numb to it. Perhaps there will be more battles in the future, and even more people will die. However, as members of Saint Ruin, whether it's you students or us, we've long been prepared to face death with equanimity. We'll risk our lives for this at any time. Today, it's Qian Yan and the others. Next time, it might be you or us. Feeling sorrow because of this is a mockery towards them. We should be proud of this. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Yes, Saint Ruin and the imperial capital had been in a stalemate for so long, and many people had died. This battle was just an insignificant wave in the long river of time. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng sighed and asked, how is Mo Feng? Have you found him? Ying Yuan shook his head and sighed. Actually, we shouldn't have any wild hopes. We've been searching for so long without any news. We should... Hearing this, Qin Feng fell silent. Could something have happened to Mo Feng? He already knew that when they left secretly with some experts from Saint Ruin, they were also ambushed by the imperial capital. Tang Ke, Tang Ran, Mo Feng, Flower Demon, Gong Xiaoxi, and Qian Yan. Out of the 6 of them, Qian Yan died in battle. Gong Xiaoxi also suffered heavy injuries and was still unconscious. Thus, she missed the opening of the heavens path and stayed in Saint Ruin. As for Mo Feng, they were besieged during the battle. In order to create an opportunity for Gong Xiaoxi, Tang Ran, and the others, he led away the experts from the imperial capital by himself. Since then, he never appeared. Saint Ruin also searched for him many times, but there was no news at all. Under such circumstances, they all knew that Mo Feng's chances were very slim. Where's Gong Xiaoxi? Hasn't she recovered? Ying Yuan's face darkened. He shook his head and said softly, her spiritual power was melted by the experts from the imperial capital's spiritual power organization. Fortunately, I left some methods in her mind to protect a trace of her spiritual power source. That was how she was able to survive. But her injuries were too severe. That trace of spiritual power source was also damaged and lost its resonance with the body. It can't be regenerated and is now in a deep sleep. Qin Feng sighed. As a spiritual power master, he knew the importance of one's spiritual power source. Spiritual power was derived from the body, and one's spiritual power source was closely related to the body. One could continuously create spiritual power through the connection with the body. Just like how spiritual power could be recovered through cultivation when one's spiritual power was exhausted. Similarly, spiritual power could be the same. However, if there was a problem with one's spiritual power source and the connection with the body was severed, it was equivalent to the soul being separated from a body. In such a situation, there was no difference between being alive and being dead. Although Gong Xiaoxi was still alive, her soul and body were separated, and her spiritual power couldn't be regenerated. She was just an empty shell without any consciousness. If we want to wake her up, the only way is to activate her spiritual power source, resonate with the body, and regenerate it. However, one's spiritual power source can't be activated through external forces. Only its master can. Moreover, it has been severely damaged. In addition, Little Shi's consciousness has disappeared. There's no way to activate her spiritual power source. Ying Yuan sighed. His face was gloomy. Clearly, he had tried countless methods during this period, but none of them worked. Is there really no way? Qin Feng asked. Not even the yin-yang fusion formation. Ying Yuan was about to shake his head when his eyes suddenly lit up. If there was anyone who had resonated with Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual power, it seemed that it was Qin Feng who had cultivated the yin-yang fusion formation with her. Maybe we can give it a try. Qin Feng followed Ying Yuan to Gong Xiaoxi's room. He formed the yin-yang fusion formation and entered Gong Xiaoxi's mind. In her mind, Qin Feng saw a hazy light. It was very weak, like a cluster of flames in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Qin Feng wanted to get closer, but he couldn't. To be honest, the spiritual power source couldn't be considered a real spiritual power. Therefore, Qin Feng couldn't fuse with it at all. His spiritual body stood outside the spiritual power source. Qin Feng fell in a deep thought. His spiritual power couldn't fuse with Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual power source, so he couldn't get close to the sleeping Gong Xiaoxi. Although the spiritual power source isn't pure spiritual power, it's related to the body. Since that's the case, it should have the power of yin and yang. A thought flashed through his mind. Qin Feng used the power of yin and yang in the yin-yang fusion formation and slowly approached Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual power source. It works. Qin Feng was overjoyed. His spiritual power could come into contact with Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual power source. Although there was no sign of fusion, he could already get close. The spiritual power source also had the power of yin and yang. Qin Feng pushed the spiritual power in the yin-yang fusion formation to the limit. Finally, at a certain moment, the power of yin and yang blended together in a balance. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and then he appeared in a gray world of nothingness. Not far away, Gong Xiaoxi hugged her knees and buried her head in her arms. Qin Feng quickly walked over and called out loudly. However, Gong Xiaoxi didn't respond at all. This was Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual body that was sleeping in her life source. Qin Feng knew that only by awakening this spiritual body would Gong Xiaoxi's consciousness be able to awaken. Only then would she be able to activate her life source and resonate with her physical body. Only then would she be able to reconstruct her spiritual power and wake up. However, no matter how he called out, Gong Xiaoxi didn't move. Finally, Qin Feng calmed down. His spiritual body turned into a yin and yang spiritual body through the yin-yang fusion formation and fused into Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual body. It reached a balance with the power of yin and yang in Gong Xiaoxi's spiritual body. Gong Xiaoxi, wake up! At the moment when the power of yin and yang was balanced, their spiritual power suddenly fused together. Qin Feng also sneaked into Gong Xiaoxi's consciousness. He suddenly shouted. Chapter 289. Chapter 289. News of the spiritual fire. Gong Xiaoxi raised her head and looked around blankly. She whispered, "Who is calling me?" "It's me." Qin Feng's voice came from her spiritual body. "You are, little cutie?" Gong Xiaoxi murmured, her beautiful eyes empty and lifeless. "It's me. I'll take you back," Qin Feng replied. "Go back." "Back to where?" Gong Xiaoxi asked blankly. Naturally, I will return to where I belong. Why are you inside my body? Don't say anything. I'm coming out. Qin Feng carefully sensed the way the yin and yang energies appeared in Gong Xiaoxi's spirit body. When the yin and yang energies of both sides were balanced again, his spirit body separated from Gong Xiaoxi's spirit body, and his spirit body flashed out. Xiaoxi, come back with me, Qin Feng said as he reached out his hand. Gong Xiaoxi raised her head and stared blankly at Qin Feng. Her eyes were empty, and she did not respond. Go back. This is not a place where you should be, Qin Feng called out softly. Where should I stay? Qin Feng reached his hand out to her and smiled gently. Xiaoxi, trust me. I'll take you home. Go home. Gong Xiaoxi stared blankly at Qin Feng. After a while, her lifeless eyes began to sparkle. Gong Xiaoxi reached out and gently grabbed Qin Feng's big hand. That's it. Let's go home. Qin Feng pulled her up. Yes, I should go back. Gong Xiaoxi said softly. Qin Feng's body shook and then slowly dissipated. Gong Xiaoxi looked at Qin Feng, who was gradually disappearing, and smiled. Qin Feng, thank you. Qin Feng's spirit body returned to his mind. He opened his eyes and smiled with relief. Ying Yuan saw this and was shocked. He said in disbelief, You have a way? It's the yin-yang integration formation. Qin Feng smiled and looked at Gong Xiaoxi. Her consciousness has been restored. She should be able to wake up soon. Ying Yuan was speechless. He was just trying his best and did not have much hope. He did not expect Qin Feng to have a way. With his spiritual power, he could naturally sense the changes in Gong Xiaoxi's spirit body. It was a sign that it was being activated. Qin Feng knew that what really worked was not the yin-yang fusion formation, but the yin-yang energy. Everyone had the power of yin and yang, but no one could control the power of yin and yang. Only he, after going through the refinement of the yin-yang pool and unlocking the yin and yang in his body, could slightly control it. He could enter Gong Xiaoxi's consciousness because he resonated with her yin and yang. Otherwise, no one could do it. Not long after, Gong Xiaoxi's spirit body was gradually created. She opened her eyes. Xiaoxi. Ying Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. Grandpa. Gong Xiaoxi responded. Then, she looked at Qin Feng and smiled. Little cutie, thank you. Qin Feng shrugged and turned to leave. He left the grandfather and granddaughter alone. He walked out of the place and unknowingly walked to the soaring phoenix court. He landed and looked at the courtyard with mixed feelings. Now, no one lived here. Although it was still clean, there was no sign of life. Back then, Gong Xiaoxi, Flower Demon, and Tang Ran lived here. Many things happened. Tang Ran was always cold, Gong Xiaoxi was cold, and the Flower Demon was always exposing him. Now, Gong Xiaoxi had just returned from the gates of hell. The other two had already ascended the path of heaven and left. It was unknown if they would see each other again in this life, and he was about to leave and embark on the path of revenge. It's still a familiar place. It's just that things have changed. Gong Xiaoxi appeared behind Qin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sympathy and pity. She looked at Qin Feng's back. She already knew about Qin Feng's situation. You should move back here. With one more person, this place will at least be livelier, Gong Xiaoxi said. Qin Feng looked at the courtyard for a long time. Then he nodded. Okay. He and Gong Xiaoxi lived in the soaring phoenix court. They lived the same life as before, but they no longer felt the same. The 7 disciples of the heavenly court had either left, died, or disappeared. They no longer had the chance to gather together like that night, when they threw everything aside and got drunk. During this time, Qin Feng ordered people to summon Hong Yeyu, Su Kai, and other high-ranking members of Tu Tianhui back to discuss the annexation plan of Tu Tianhui. Now that Tang Ran had left, the Tang sect was leaderless. Mo Feng had disappeared, Qin Yin had died in battle, and the Crazy Words Party had lost their leader. Flower Demon had left, and the Beauty Gang should be over. He wanted to swallow up the remaining 3 societies and make the Heaven Slaughtering Society even more powerful. He wanted to make the Heaven Slaughtering Society the #1 and only society in the Holy Dragon Institute. He wanted to develop Tu Tianhui into something like the Dragon Head religion. Even the capital could not destroy it. Only in this way could he have the strength to contend with the capital. After doing all this, Qin Feng left St. Ruin under the cover of night. He went to the Nine Spirits mountain range to fulfill the 3-year promise. He entered the forest and naturally entered that special space. "Senior, I'm here to fulfill the promise," Qin Feng said. "You're leaving this land?" Someone in the darkness replied. "It'll take some time." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "There are still some things I need to do. Maybe I won't have the chance to come here again. I feel your killing intent. It's very strong." The existence in the darkness shook his head and said, "The 3-year promise is not up yet. Come find me when you leave." "Why is that?" Qin Feng did not understand. After a long silence, an old sigh came from the darkness. "Let's go." Qin Feng lowered his eyes and paused for a moment. He suddenly asked, "Senior, do you know if there's a spiritual fire in this land?" He had already cultivated the divine dragon technique, the 10,000 beast summoning technique, the water god technique, the fire god technique, and the yin-yang fusion formation. There were no flaws. However, he had been unable to progress further in the cultivation of the yin-yang technique. The weakness of the yang qi caused the power of the yin qi condensed by the netherworld elixir to be unable to be unleashed. According to Small Pagoda, the netherworld elixir was extremely powerful. However, when placed on the yin-yang technique, it was restricted by the yang qi and could not unleash its original power. He could only find a spiritual fire and refine it to refine the pure yang qi. Only then could he combine it with the yin qi and better unleash their power. He could also continue to cultivate and achieve the fusion of yin and yang. He was not sure if a spiritual fire existed in this primitive land. The spiritual true flame could not be obtained in the sacred dragon realm, so he could only ask the existence in the Nine Spirits mountain range. After a long silence, the existence said with uncertainty, "A few hundred years ago, a spiritual fire seemed to have appeared here. However, its aura disappeared later on. As for whether it's still here, I'm not sure." Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. "Senior, can you bring me to take a look? I advise you not to provoke this kind of flame. A spiritual fire is the ultimate flame in the world. It nurtures spirituality and is extremely powerful. A person of your level would probably be melted before you even get close," the existence in the darkness warned. Qin Feng was shocked. A spiritual fire was so powerful. Could his netherworld elixir deal with it? However, since there was news, he could not miss it. Chapter 290. Ancient Desolate Spiritual Flame. Are you sure you want to give it a try? It might not still be here. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I want to give it a try. "Senior, please grant me my wish," Qin Feng said firmly. "Forget it." That existence sighed. Soon after, a black fog attacked. Qin Feng was in a trance. When he woke up, he was in front of an abyss. "I once sensed the fluctuation of the ancient desolate spiritual flame here. As for whether it still exists, I don't know. Senior, please lend me a hand." That being shook his head and said, "If it's really the ancient desolate spiritual flame, I won't be able to subdue it in my current state. I brought you here to cut off your thoughts. The power of the spiritual flame is boundless. Even someone from the Nine Heavens realm would be burned to ashes." Qin Feng was shocked. The ancient desolate spiritual flame was so powerful that even a Nine Heavens realm cultivator couldn't handle it. This way, the Yellow Springs pill was clearly unable to suppress it. How was he going to refine yang qi? However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. "If it really doesn't work, I'll give up. But before I'm sure, I want to try," Qin Feng said. "Sigh, what a stubborn little guy." The dark existence sighed and brought Qin Feng into the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was like a huge karst cave with jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. In front of them, there was a huge black hole. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light with a thick luster. "Is it still here?" That existence was shocked. Qin Feng's eyes burned with passion. Even without the reminder of that existence, he could feel the heat coming from the black hole. Even the temperature here had risen by quite a bit. He cautiously walked into the black hole and activated his spiritual perception to the maximum. He was surprised to find that this was not a cave. It was actually a valley, and the front of the valley was quite spacious. The valley was overgrown with trees and rocks, but there didn't seem to be any other living things. Qin Feng gradually rushed towards the depths of the valley. Everywhere he passed by, it was quiet and there was not the slightest sound. However, with the help of his mental energy, he was able to see some exposed white bones on the ground. This deathly scene caused one's hair to stand on end. "These are the bones of some spirit beasts," Qin Feng said seriously. He sprinted for about half an hour. Qin Feng's figure suddenly stopped. It turned out that he had reached the end of the valley not far ahead. He saw a pitch-black cave at the end. "There seems to be no way out. Do we have to go through this cave?" Qin Feng asked. "If there's a path, let's go." Qin Feng nodded. His mental strength floated into the cave. After randomly bumping around in all directions, he lifted his foot and walked into the cave with ease. The area of the cave was not small. The top of the mountain was more than 10 meters high. Inside the cave, rocks were scattered everywhere. A few minutes later, he arrived at the depths of the cave. The space here was even more spacious, but he had also reached the end. The front was blocked by a stone wall, but in the middle, there was a pool. The surface of the pool was calm, and there were no waves at all. What was strange was that there was a purple gourd floating on the surface of the lake. There were blue patterns on it. It's actually a seed flame of the ancient desolate spiritual flame. "Little fellow, your luck is not bad." The existence in the darkness spoke. Qin Feng was stunned and asked, "What do you mean? It's only a seed flame. Perhaps you have a way to control it." Qin Feng's mouth twitched. "Isn't this the ancient desolate spiritual flame?" "Of course it is. It's only a seed flame, or it can be said that it's in the seedling stage. Little fellow, don't underestimate the power of the spiritual flame. Even if it's only in the seedling stage, the power it possesses is unimaginable. And in the future, when your strength is strong, you can use this seed flame to find the real ancient desolate spiritual flame. You can even let it evolve into the ancient desolate spiritual flame." Qin Feng nodded. Although it was not the complete ancient desolate spiritual flame, if it was the real one, he could not refine it. Perhaps a seed flame was the best for him now. So it was not the complete ancient desolate spiritual flame, or it could be said that it was in the seedling stage. No wonder he could not sense it. At first, he thought it was a small tower tricking him. The ancient desolate spiritual flame is in the gourd. This pool is not simple. There's extremely hot magma in the depths. You cannot touch it here. You need to bring it out. As the dark existence spoke, a small black wooden box appeared. You can use this to seal the ancient desolate spiritual flame. Qin Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, the gourd was sucked over. He removed the core from the gourd and aimed the mouth of the gourd at the wooden box. At the same time, the thin spiritual energy in his body circulated. A suction force was generated from the wooden box. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the surrounding quickly rushed into the wooden box. Under this suction force, the gourd shook violently. A moment later, a white flame was sucked into the wooden box. "Pa!" Qin Feng hurriedly closed the wooden box. After the wooden box absorbed the ancient desolate spiritual flame, it began to tremble violently. It was as if the wooden box was about to explode. Seeing this situation, Qin Feng's face was calm. It was as if he had already expected this. He continued to pour spiritual energy into the wooden box. After a dozen breaths, the wooden box's trembling gradually calmed down. At this moment, the wooden box was a little strange. Originally, there were mysterious and complicated patterns on the wooden box. But now, these patterns were all occupied by white light. It was as if they were imprinted on the wooden box. At this moment, looking at it, it was just an ordinary black and white wooden box. No one would have thought that it contained the ancient, desolate spiritual flame that countless experts were jealous of. After doing all this, Qin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, The ancient, desolate spiritual flame was finally in his hands. The next step was to refine it. Hurry up and leave. The ancient, desolate spiritual flame has a guardian beast. Qin Feng nodded and quickly left. He returned to the abyss and was then brought back to the forest by the dark existence. Now that you have the ancient, desolate spiritual flame, go. Come back at the agreed time. The dark existence ordered. Senior, the Yin energy here is very strong. I will leave immediately after I refine the ancient, desolate spiritual flame. How could he leave at this time? He had no confidence in refining the ancient, desolate spiritual flame. He needed this senior to protect him and help him at the crucial moment. As he spoke, he took out some herbs from his chinquin bag. At the front of the herbs, there were 2 thumb-sized fruits. The fruits were black in color. It was the ice fruit. On the other side, 2 blue water droplets were slowly wriggling on the ground. And where they moved, there seemed to be white crystals on the hard ground. On the other side, 2 white beast cores were quietly placed. Within the beast cores, there seemed to be water flowing, emitting a faint sound of flowing water. Qin Feng had been preparing to refine the ancient, desolate spiritual flame. These were the most important ice attribute herbs that he had collected before. The ice fruit, extreme water droplets, and water beast cores. Behind these were a large number of medicinal herbs of different colors. Whether I succeed or not, it depends on you. Retracting his gaze from the herbs, Qin Feng took out the black wooden box and slowly opened it. A milky white flame floated out. The temperature of the entire area suddenly rose. The white flame floated in front of Qin Feng. It swayed in the wind. What made his eyes gradually burn? The flame rose in spirals. Its white color seemed to be different from ordinary white. It was not mixed with any impurities and was crystal clear. It was as if it was the purest thing in the world. It floated in the air just like that, the flame gently swaying, and the space around it actually started to distort slightly. This is the ancient, desolate, spiritual flame, Qin Feng exclaimed. He could feel the power of this flame. Chapter 291. Refining. As he stared at the enormous white flame in the air, Qin Feng's face was covered in sweat, while his expression was extremely solemn. At the center of the enormous white flame, there was a small white snake that was slowly wiggling. It was filled with spirituality. As he stared at the small white snake, Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly solemn. He knew that this was a fire spirit. Only a flame that possessed the potential to evolve into a spiritual flame would have such a fire spirit. If he wanted to refine the ancient, desolate spirit flame, he would need to refine this fire spirit. As he stared at the fire spirit, Qin Feng's tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. He lowered his head slightly, as his pitch-black pupils stared unwaveringly at the slowly wiggling fire spirit. Struggle flickered in his clear black and white eyes. No matter how calm Qin Feng was, when faced with such a life-and-death situation, it was unavoidable for him to feel some fear and apprehension in his heart. This cannot be blamed on him. After all, what he was about to swallow was an extremely restless bomb. There was an extremely high possibility that the bomb would explode his body into ashes the instant he swallowed it. Tightly clenching his fist, Qin Feng lowered his head slightly. Moments later, he suddenly exhaled softly, as his fluctuating face suddenly relaxed. No matter what kind of danger he faced, since he had already reached this stage, it was already impossible for him to retreat. When he thought of this point, Qin Feng took in a deep breath. Without any further hesitation, spirit chi wrapped around his hand as he extended it into the flame and grabbed the fire spirit in his hand. His hand tightly gripped onto a seemingly solid object. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the burning pain from his hand, as he slowly pulled his arm out of the white flame. When his arm was pulled out of the white flame, a white liquid-like object was faintly wiggling within Qin Feng's palm. Haha, I have always been very confident in myself. This time is no exception. Looking at the fire spirit in his hand, Qin Feng remained unmoved, even as his hand sizzled from the terrifying heat. A bright smile appeared on his handsome face as he slowly raised the hand holding the fire spirit. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly threw the fire spirit into the open mouth. As the white flame entered his mouth, Qin Feng immediately shut his mouth. At the same time, his entire body violently trembled, as if he had been struck by lightning. His originally somewhat red face abruptly turned deathly pale. Forcefully enduring the waves of burning pain within his body, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes as his mind gradually sunk into his body. Qin Feng's mind sunk into his body. Immediately, the dilapidated state of his body was displayed in front of his eyes. The white-colored spiritual flame that had previously entered his body had already split into wisps of tiny flames. These flames that contained a frightening energy were randomly shuttling within his qi paths. Anything that obstructed their path would be instantly incinerated into nothingness by them. To the most fragile meridians in the human body, this fire spirit was undoubtedly a destructive blow. Under the burning of such high temperature, the originally wide and tough meridians had already become twisted like fried dough twists, appearing extremely strange and terrifying. Of course, Qin Feng's qi paths were grilled until they were distorted. The pain that was created directly caused Qin Feng's body to continuously cramp. The muscles all over his body were tensed. Numerous green veins that were like worms continuously moved. His pale face did not have the slightest trace of blood. Within his qi channels, the white flame crazily shuttled back and forth. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng's body was practically destroyed into a complete mess. If not for the Yellow Springs elixir protecting his body, he would have long been burnt to a crisp. With a ferocious expression, Qin Feng quickly grabbed the cold ice fruit. The scorching spiritual energy that had been scorched by the scorching heat quickly refined it. Instantly, a cold current that was cold enough to freeze a human body fiercely drilled into his body. The cold current rushed into his body, after which it followed his qi paths and started to flow in all directions. Any qi paths that this cold current passed through would quickly be covered by a layer of milky white ice. Qin Feng did not stop refining the cold ice fruit. With a wave of his hand, the extreme water pearl, the water-type beast core, and a large amount of medicinal ingredients were all refined. An enormous cold current continuously flowed into Feng Chen's body. As the cold current entered his body, it was bone-chilling cold. In addition to the yin qi protecting his body, it was just enough to offset the scorching heat that had appeared in his body due to the fire spirit. The sudden comfortable feeling caused Qin Feng to heave a long sigh of relief. His originally extremely pale complexion had also become much healthier. As the layer of ice covered every part of his body, Qin Feng's mind also began to make an initial attempt to make contact with the wisp of fire spirit that was shuttling back and forth within his qi channels. However, the moment he made contact with it, he felt a huge headache. Although this fire spirit was still in its seedling stage, when it evolved to its final stage, it would become the ancient desolate spirit flame that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Therefore, it was clearly not an easy task to control it. After failing to control it, Qin Feng did not give up. He urged his mind and persistently tried to control this fire spirit. 1 failure, 2 failures, 3 failures. After an unknown number of failures, Qin Feng, who had already become numb from trying, suddenly felt his heart jump violently. He hurriedly stabilized his mind and was immediately overjoyed to discover that the wisp of fire spirit that was randomly shuttling back and forth within his qi channels had actually begun to follow the path that his mind was guiding. When he sensed this situation, Qin Feng's mind was immediately roused. He hurriedly and carefully controlled this fire spirit, after which it slowly followed the path of his qi channels and began to circulate it. The refinement of the ancient desolate spirit flame was finally gradually on the right track. Perhaps it would not be long before he would be able to truly refine it. A figure quietly sat cross-legged within a dark forest. His eyes were tightly shut and his face was slightly pale. A barely discernible breath was exhaled from his mouth. If it were not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, anyone who saw him would have thought that he was a dead person. This situation lasted for about half a day before the temperature in the forest suddenly rose. The figure that was sitting there was silent for a moment before a large amount of white flames suddenly burst out. The moment the white flame appeared, it displayed a terrifyingly high temperature. Even the air emitted waves of sizzling sounds. However, the strange thing was that the figure in the middle of the terrifying white flame was unscathed. It seemed that the flame did not affect him at all. Even his clothes and hair were not affected at all. It was as if he was the ruler of the flames. Qin Feng's eyes, which had been tightly shut for half a day, slowly opened. Some redness finally surged on Qin Feng's pale face. He looked at the white-colored flame around him and finally smiled in a gratified manner. This flame, which had caused him to suffer all kinds of pain and torment, was now just like a docile little sheep, allowing him to control it. Is this the ancient, desolate spirit flame? It is truly extraordinary. Feeling the temperature from the white flames, Qin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. According to his estimates, if he encountered a late-stage spirit detection cultivator, just the power of this flame would be enough to cause them to panic. And he could release this kind of flame at will. Looking at the white flames that could burn the void, Qin Feng smiled once more. With a thought, wisps of white flames appeared at his fingertips as if they had a mind of their own. Only after a few minutes did he stop playing with the flames. With a thought, the white flames entered his body and the temperature of the forest returned to normal. The white flame happily flowed within his meridians. At this moment, the flame was no longer as violent as before. Instead, it was rather docile. The meridians, flesh and blood that had been burnt to an unbearable state were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye as the flame flowed through them. After recovering, his meridians were even more resilient than before. Just like that, an hour passed. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, the paleness on his face had completely disappeared. On his rosy face, there was a jade-like luster. That was the sign of overflowing spiritual energy. After letting out a breath of foul air, Qin Feng, who had been sitting there for half a day, stretched his back. Crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. It is indeed a lot stronger. After doing all of this, Qin Feng didn't immediately get up. Instead, he entered a state of cultivation to refine his yang energy. Half an hour later, Qin Feng opened his eyes with a look of joy on his face. In his sea of qi, the black underworld pill was surrounded by yin energy. The white, ancient, desolate spirit flame turned into a small flame. Strands of pure yang energy surged out and released a blazing aura. The purity of yang energy caused the yang energy in his mind to become stronger until it was on par with the yin energy in his mind. Chapter 292. The last word after refining the ancient, desolate spiritual flame. Qin Feng had extracted enough pure yang energy to solve the problem of the imbalance between yin and yang in the yin-yang technique. He could cultivate it further, and this would be his greatest trump card. However, he still had a hidden worry, and that was the black crystal that had mysteriously appeared in his qi sea. That day, more than 100 members of Tu Tianhui were killed in order to cover his escape. His heart was filled with hatred. At that time, the devil contract took effect, but it did not take over his body. The demonic eye had not awakened, but the fact that such a black crystal had condensed in his body made him feel very uneasy. He could deeply feel the terrifying power contained within the black crystal, but this power was evil. Especially during this period of time, he could even feel the summoning coming from the black crystal. Summoning him to activate the black crystal gave him immense power. The black crystal was related to the effectiveness of the demon contract, so Qin Feng knew how terrifying this thing was. He couldn't use it easily, even when he was forced into a desperate situation that day. He had been wrapping him up with his spiritual power to prevent anything from happening in his chi sea. Now, he longed for the demonic eye to wake up. No matter what the result was, he didn't want to wait endlessly. However, since that fellow fell asleep that day, there hadn't been the slightest movement for almost 3 years. To be precise, including the 2 years in the spiritual space, it had been more than 5 years. The gray bead in the spiritual coffin had not been dealt with yet, and the black crystal had appeared in his sea of energy. This caused Qin Feng's heart to feel very heavy. This unknown evil thing made him very worried, especially the black crystal. When he was angry, it could actually resonate with the dark side of his heart. Especially when he received the news that his family had been annihilated, he actually felt an uncontrollable urge to lift the power of the black crystal. If this thing was not dealt with as soon as possible, it would be a huge problem. The black crystal was related to the devil contract, so it was naturally related to the demon eye. However, the demon eye was still sleeping, so it was useless for him to be anxious. Forget it. I'll just take one step at a time. In the end, Qin Feng also accepted the fact that there was no point in doing such meaningless things. Qin Feng stood up and looked at the dawn sky with a bone-chilling smile on his face. It's time to fulfill my promise and end your bloodline. One day later, news came from the capital city that the Qin family from the city of Sin had been locked up in the Imperial Palace's prison. If Qin Feng did not show up in a week, all of his family members would be executed. Under the urging of the imperial capital, such news reached Saint Ruin in less than a day and fell into Qin Feng's ears. Ouyang Shi and the others, as well as some of the higher-ups of the Saint Ruin, immediately found Qin Feng and told him that this was a trick of the imperial capital to force him to appear. Other than a small number of his clansmen who were hidden by the Saint Ruin, the rest were confirmed dead and could not be alive. Qin Feng, don't be fooled. My father already said that the Qin family was burned to the ground that day. There can't be anyone else. Ouyang, she said, this is obviously a trick of the imperial capital. They want to lure you away from the Saint Ruin and give them a chance to make their move. Mo Xing nodded and said, they also used this method last time. Because you didn't show up, all of the captured Qin family members have been executed. We are certain of this matter. Qin Feng smiled and said calmly, of course I won't be fooled so easily, and I won't act rashly, because I know that only by being alive can I have hope of revenge. Don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Feng arrived at the profound class. Tu Tianhui's headquarters were still here. Fengge, everyone in Tu Tianhui was very excited about his arrival. Su Kai, Zhao Cheng, Song Li, and the others immediately came up to welcome him. Now that Tu Tianhui had grown stronger, the Tang sect, the crazy speech gang, and the beauty gang had been further nibbled away. As the founding members of Tu Tianhui, their status was quite high. Even the students of the heaven class had to be polite to them. After chatting with everyone for a while, Qin Feng finally asked Han Yayu to stay. Qin Feng had his hands behind his back as he strolled leisurely in the manor. Han Yayu followed behind him without making a sound. When he reached the stone pavilion, Qin Feng stopped. He held the railing and looked at the sparkling water surface with a smile. Huh, I didn't expect that the power I built to save my life would one day develop to such an extent. This is all thanks to you, Han Yayu said. She looked at Qin Feng's back and frowned slightly. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Without you, Tu Tianhui wouldn't have developed to this day. Don't underestimate yourself. You're now the president of Tu Tianhui. You have to have a certain level of dignity. Otherwise, how can you convince the masses? Qin Feng shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, Tu Tianhui has you and Su Kai inside and Duan Hong outside. I can rest assured. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Han Yayu felt stifled. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Feng waved his hand and pointed to the water surface. He smiled and said, look, this lake is so clear. The environment of the profound class is simply incomparable to before. He grabbed a handful of fish food and threw it into the water. Immediately, a large number of fish were attracted. They were green, white, and red, and they were all colorful. We don't have to worry about food or drink. We're free, don't you think so? Hong Yayu was stunned. She looked at the fish swimming in the water and then looked at Qin Feng. For a moment, she didn't understand what he meant. In the end, she could only nod. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Do you approve of fish or people?" "So what if it's people? So what if it's fish?" "People can choose whether to enjoy such a life or not, but fish can only passively accept the charity of people. Their happiness and freedom depend on the people who rear them." Qin Feng pointed at the fish in the water and said softly. Hong Yayu raised her eyebrows and then shook her head. She muttered to herself, "What's the difference between people and fish? It's just a change of environment and being reared in captivity." Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The difference between people and fish is that people can choose whether to be reared in captivity or not. But what if they don't even have the choice?" Hong Yayu muttered, "Fish can jump through the dragon's gate. Why can't people?" Staring at Hong Yayu's thoughtful face, Qin Feng smiled and said, "As long as you want, as long as you dare, and put in the effort, then there's hope of jumping through the dragon's gate. One doesn't give in, the other accepts the arrangement of fate. This is the difference between people and fish." Looking at the gentle smile on Qin Feng's face, Hong Yayu couldn't see through him and didn't understand what he meant. But she seemed to understand something. Qin Feng seemed to be telling her that, as a slave, she shouldn't accept the arrangement of fate. She had to fight bravely. But thinking about it carefully, under this reminder, there was a meaning of parting before leaving. "You are leaving?" she asked uncertainly. "The hatred of the extermination of my clan is irreconcilable." Qin Feng nodded. Looking at Hong Yayu, he smiled and said, "In the St. Ryuin, I've only expressed these thoughts to you. I also hope that you can understand what I mean." Hong Yayu looked at him in a daze. After a long silence, she raised her head and took a deep breath. She said, "Can I not leave?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Yayu, my thoughts are only suitable for telling you, and only you. You should know my intentions." Hong Yayu smiled bitterly. "I know. I'll contact the two Tianhui outside." Chapter 293. I don't know anyone. After leaving the Xian class, Qin Feng strolled in the St. Ryuin. The sun was shining brightly, and the blazing light shone on people's bodies, giving them a burning feeling. However, Qin Feng only felt a coldness that penetrated into his bones. There was no warmth in his heart at all. He wanted to leave St. Ryuin and go to the capital for revenge. This was something that could not be changed, even though Ouyangxi and Mo Xing were sure that there were no other survivors in the Qin family. However, he didn't think so. His father, Qin Zhen, his mother, Lin Hui, and a few other bloodline relatives hadn't been found. That day, a fire burned down the Qin family. Many people said that they all died in the sea of fire. But as long as no corpse was found, there was still a glimmer of hope. Now that such news had come from the imperial capital, regardless of whether it was true or false, he had to make a trip there. Moreover, he had already asked the ninth princess to take Qin Yao away. He didn't know what the ninth princess's attitude was after she found out that he had killed the seventh prince, but he wanted to confirm whether Qin Yao had left with the ninth princess troops before the Qin family was massacred. Although Qin Feng knew that this was unrealistic, he still thought in this direction. At least this would make him feel better. Therefore, he had to go to the capital. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, he had to verify it with Qin Yao. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived at St. Triwin's herb garden. "Little cutie, this is our backyard. If you have nothing to do, you have to come here and take a stroll. If we steal too much at once, we will definitely be discovered. This way, it will be much more difficult for us to sneak in next time. Do you think this little demon's vision is so short-sighted? Little cutie, our cooperation is flawless. I look forward to our next cooperation. Little cutie, do you have any medicine? Let's take a walk in the back garden." Qin Feng couldn't help but smile when he thought about how he and the flower demon had stolen medicine here. Time really flies. Even you're no longer here. Qin Feng sighed softly. He was used to messing around with the flower demon in St. Ryuin. so he wasn't used to the sudden peace. His mood was very complicated. They had ascended the path of heaven, and it was hard to say whether they would live or die. According to past precedents, he was afraid that he might not be able to see them again in this lifetime. What is behind Heaven's Road? Is it really a passage that connects to the outside world? Why didn't anyone who left the path of heaven ever return? Are they all gone, or can't find their way back? After thinking about it, Qin Feng laughed and shook his head. Heaven's Road had nothing to do with him, so what was the use of thinking about it? Moreover, it was not something he should be worried about. After leaving the medicinal garden, Qin Feng strolled around leisurely. He stopped at familiar places and reminisced about the past. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Many people were no longer around. Many students had died in the battle at the imperial capital. Even Tang Wei, who had a grudge against him, and Wei Huang, who had fought for the Dragon Tablet, had died in battle. Yu Huatian, who had fought with the Divine Envoy, had also died in the hands of Su Tianbu. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the party courtyard. This was where Mo Feng, Qian Yin, and Tang Ke lived. He used to be a frequent visitor here. When he angered the flower demon, Gong Xiaoxi, and the others, he would hide here and wait for their anger to subside before returning. Now, among the three of them, one had left, one had died in battle, and one had disappeared. All of them were no longer around. There were already other people living here, other disciples who had the qualifications to enter the heavenly hall. "Hey, little cutie, why are you here?" A very talented student walked out. After seeing Qin Feng, he was startled. Soon after, he walked over enthusiastically and said, "Come in and have a seat. Help me explain to you how to communicate with the spirit. I have been stuck here for 4 or 5 years, unable to find the opportunity to break through. Communicating with the spirit depends on oneself, not others." Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. Then he turned around and left. Along the way, Qin Feng's mood became increasingly gloomy. After walking around, he discovered that other than those who had escaped with him from the great conquest slave, there were almost no other acquaintances he had made in the St. Riu Inn. Everywhere he passed, the things were still the same, but the people had become very unfamiliar. When he walked around the St. Riu Inn, he felt a lot more unfamiliar. It was as if he had come to a different place. This made his heart feel even more stifled. When he arrived at the heaven class, he met Ouyang, Shi, Zhao Qi, Xiao Yun, and the others. Only at this time did his mood become slightly better. These were probably the only acquaintances he had in this world. Qin Feng also cherished this opportunity very much. He only came back at sunset. As soon as he entered the soaring phoenix court, he smelled waves of fragrance. "You're back." Gong Xiaoxi carried a bowl of boiled fish soup and said to Qin Feng, "Come quickly. I made a lot of delicious food today. Many of them are your favorites." Looking at the busy Gong Xiaoxi, at this moment, she did not have the cold aura of the moon fairy. She was very warm and approachable. Qin Feng smiled and walked over. Looking at the sumptuous banquet, he could see that Gong Xiaoxi had put in a lot of effort. "Right, you told me about the yin and yang in the human body. I still can't control it." Gong Xiaoxi asked, "Is there any special way?" Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. "Back at the yin-yang pond, I reminded you. It was because you were too lazy and afraid of pain. I also used the special energy there to barely open the yin and yang in my body. As for other methods, I really don't know." "Oomph. It's because you didn't tell me clearly back then that I didn't understand the true meaning of the yin-yang integration formation. If it weren't for that, I might have been promoted to the Earth Gray by now." Gong Xiaoxi pursed her lips and looked quite bitter. Qin Feng stared at her and said, "Little Cici, don't be ungrateful. Who was the one who secretly rejoiced when she saw me being tortured by the yin-yang pond? You would rather give the heat-repelling and cold-expelling pearl to the flower demon than to me. Now, this is a punishment from God." And at that time, I wasn't sure. It wasn't until I came into contact with the yin-yang integration formation that I understood the meaning of the yin-yang pond. Anyway, in order to connect the yin-yang integration formation, you have seen my naked body. You have to take responsibility. Qin Feng almost spat out the mouthful of rice in his mouth. His eyes widened. You want me to take responsibility for this? You haven't seen my naked body? Do you want me to marry you? Gong Xiaoxi blushed and reprimanded him. Pervert, what are you thinking? I'm saying that you have to help me control the yin-yang integration formation. Originally, it was for the two of us to cultivate together. Now, you're doing it alone, and I can't set up the yin-yang integration formation alone. I've suffered for nothing. Qin Feng spread his hands. Can you blame me for this? Can I not blame you? If the old man had given me an extra heat-repelling and cold-expelling pearl, how could you have used the yin-yang pond to open the yin and yang in your body and control the yin-yang integration formation? If he hadn't, I would have been able to cultivate it. Gong Xiaoxi said angrily. Qin Feng nodded seriously and analyzed. Everything was caused by the heat-repelling and cold-expelling pearl. The heat-repelling and cold-expelling pearl was given to you by your grandfather, so it's all your grandfather's fault. Gong Xiaoxi was speechless. She couldn't refute him. In the end, she threw a punch at Qin Feng and said, Are you going to help me or not? Qin Feng grabbed her wrist and put away his playful heart. The smile on his face also slowly disappeared. Chapter 294. A Sudden Kiss. Looking at Qin Feng, the pretense of anger on Gong Xiaoxi's pretty face slowly disappeared. She said in a low voice, Why did you say that time doesn't permit it? Qin Feng was taken aback. He shook his head and sighed. Xiaoxi, with your intelligence, you should have guessed it by now. I don't know what you mean. Gong Xiaoxi shook her head stubbornly. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but Qin Feng grabbed it tightly. She said angrily, What are you doing? I'm leaving. Qin Feng grabbed her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. His sudden action scared Gong Xiaoxi silly. Her eyes widened and her body stiffened. It took her a long time to react, and her cheeks instantly flushed. After struggling for a moment, she stopped. Her snow-white chin rested on Qin Feng's shoulder, and her clear eyes were a little dim. Can you not leave? They're all gone. You're the only one left. Qin Feng didn't say anything and just hugged her tightly. Not getting a response from Qin Feng, Gong Xiaoxi continued, I know you want to take revenge. I can also see that you have been enduring all this time. But you know, once you go this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. I've already lost them. I don't want to lose you as well. I know. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Of the 7 great disciples of the Sky Palace, some had died, some had left, and some had disappeared. Now, only the 2 of them were left. If it were not for the blood feud between them, he would not want to leave either. Putting aside the grudges of his family and the enmity of his country, he had inherited the legacy of his ancestor and shouldered this responsibility. With the hatred for his country and his family in front of him, he didn't have time to live an easy life. Xiaoxi, I have my reasons for leaving. I hope you can understand, Qin Feng said softly. Gong Xiaoxi's delicate body trembled. After a long silence, she said softly, What do you plan to do? The capital won't let you go. Qin Feng let go of Gong Xiaoxi and went to the courtyard. The bright moonlight poured on his body, making him look cold and mysterious. Smelling the cold air, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said in an extremely calm tone, Kill the 7 princes, 3 young sovereigns, all the previous heavenly kings, and the spirit organization. I want to break the capital's roots and the bloodline of the imperial family. Gong Xiaoxi looked at Qin Feng in shock. She found it hard to believe that Qin Feng dared to do such a thing. How was this possible? No matter if it was the 7 princes, the 3 little sovereigns, or the previous 8 heavenly kings, none of them were weak. As for the spirit organization, it was a huge force formed by spirit masters. Not to mention him, even a minor heaven realm expert would not be able to do so. You're crazy, Gong Xiaoxi said. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Maybe it'll be difficult, but I'll try my best to do it. Gong Xiaoxi came to the courtyard. The cold air made her sober. She asked, And then? What do you plan to do? Continue to deal with them? Qin Feng shook his head and said, I'll leave this land. Gong Xiaoxi was stunned and said subconsciously, The heavenly path is already closed. How are you going to leave? Seeing the smile on Qin Feng's face, she suddenly stopped and said in disbelief, "You want to go to the 100,000 Bear Mountains?" Everyone knew that the best way to leave the primitive land was to go to the St. Ryu Inn. There was no other way. When she said there was no other way, she meant the way to survive. The primitive land was surrounded by mountains on three sides and the sea on one side. The three sides of the mountains were the endless 100,000 Bear Mountains. The 100,000 Bear Mountains were extremely dangerous. Countless beasts lived there. In order to resist the invasion of the beasts, the capital stationed a large number of troops and built a city outside the 100,000 Bear Mountains. Some experts and hunters could hunt outside the 100,000 Bear Mountains, but they definitely wouldn't dare to go deep, let alone go through the 100,000 Bear Mountains to the outside world, because it was simply unrealistic. It was a dead end. Gong Xiaoxi didn't expect Qin Feng to be so crazy. In order to leave the primitive land, he wanted to go to the 100,000 Bear Mountains. "You're courting death. I won't let you do it." Gong Xiaoxi shook her head. Her attitude was very firm. She wouldn't stop Qin Feng from taking revenge, but she wouldn't allow Qin Feng to go to the 100,000 Bear Mountains. It was a road of no return. Qin Feng smiled. How could he not know the danger of the 100,000 Bear Mountains? Not to mention him, even the strongest people in the primitive land wouldn't dare to go in. They would die there. However, he was confident because that existence in the 9 spiritual mountain range should be leaving with him. With that kind of helper, the 100,000 Bear Mountains was not impossible for him. Moreover, he also had the demonic eye. He didn't think that this old man didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. After all, he had spent so much effort to sign a demonic contract with him. How could he not have any ability? If he wanted to take revenge, he would definitely anger the capital. At that time, he would only have one path, which was to leave. Little she, I naturally have my own methods to be able to live until now. Gong Xiaoxi looked at him in a daze. From that pair of warm and smiling eyes, she saw the light of confidence. For a moment, she felt a little dizzy. The responsibility on our shoulders makes it impossible for us to stay in the St. Ruin forever, because we don't know how long it will be before the heavenly road opens again. During the time when I was hunted by the capital, I experienced a lot and witnessed some tragic events. From that moment on, it was destined that I would either carve out a glorious world on a thorny path or fall into the gutters of a bumpy and rugged path. Comfort, to me, is unattainable. Gong Xiaoxi lowered her head. After a long time, she raised it again, as if she had made a decision. She said, "If you want to take revenge, you can go through the 100,000 Bear Mountains. But I have one request, and that is to leave with me. If you don't agree, I will immediately report this matter to the higher-ups." "You?" Qin Feng looked at her and shook his head. "You don't have to take the risk with me. As a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, I should ask for the lives of the people. But now?" Gong Xiaoxi said seriously, "You are right. We all have a mission on our shoulders. We don't have a right to enjoy our time peacefully. Qin Feng, I only have one thing to say. Either you take me with you, or I will report this to the higher-ups. There's also a third option, and that is to silence you." Knowing that Gong Xiaoxi was serious, Qin Feng sighed inwardly and said, "I can take you with me, but before I take my revenge, you stay here quietly. Half a month, at most half a month. No matter what happens, I will leave this place. At that time, I will come back to take you with me. Don't bargain with me. Otherwise, I will tie you up right now and throw you here." Before Qin Feng could finish his words, his lips suddenly felt soft, and a refreshing fragrance attacked him. He opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the beautiful face in front of him. The soft touch on his lips made his mind go blank for a moment, and he could not think about anything. His first kiss was taken away by Gong Xiaoxi. When he woke up, there was nothing in front of him. Gong Xiaoxi had run away without him noticing. Qin Feng wiped his mouth and smiled bitterly. How could he accept such a favor? "I'm sorry." Qin Feng turned around, and his face was cold. Chapter 295. See you again, Qin Feng exited the soaring phoenix courtyard with ripples in his heart. The fragrance still lingered in his mouth, causing him to feel a sense of loss. Gong Xiaoxi's sudden kiss disrupted his thoughts and made him absent-minded. He had been forcefully kissed. The Academy's publicly acknowledged little fairy had forcefully kissed him. In the past, he would never have dared to believe this. Among the 7 great disciples of the Heavenly Palace, he argued with Gong Xiaoxi and Flower Demon the most. They even fought many times. He felt that even the ice-cold Tang Ran was more likely than the two of them to have feelings for each other. It's a kind of spiritual sustenance. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. Perhaps their departure had shortened the distance between him and Gong Xiaoxi. However, it should not be the feelings between a man and a woman, but the feeling of hugging each other for warmth. In the end, Qin Feng shook off these thoughts and walked towards the burial ground. This time, he would never have the chance to return to the St. Ryu Inn. What he said just now was just a lie to appease Gong Xiaoxi. He wanted to meet the old man. You're here. The old man was still leaning on his walking stick. He smiled at Qin Feng with his yellow teeth. Yes. Qin Feng nodded and calmly sat beside the old man. Senior, is there anything you want to tell me? Can you open the crystal coffin under the wordless monument? The old man asked with a smile. Qin Feng shook his head. Even if he could open it, he wouldn't. Seeing this, the old man sighed and didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng suddenly asked, Senior, do you think what I'm doing is right or wrong? The old man raised his head and looked at him. He smiled and said, Do you think it's right or wrong? Actually, no matter whether it's right or wrong, you'll still do it. And since you've done it, then to you, it's right. Everyone sees things from a different perspective. If someone else is right, it might be wrong for you. Similarly, if someone else is wrong, it might be right for you. Qin Feng was silent for a while before he nodded. The old man's words had enlightened him. He didn't need to listen to others. As long as he thought it was right, he would do it. Thank you, Senior. Qin Feng stood up and left. The old man looked at Qin Feng's back as he left. The smile on his old face gradually deepened. Wrinkles covered his face, making him look very sinister. The heavenly road is already closed. What will you do? Is your wind going to continue blowing, or is it going to stop? Qin Feng left St. Ryu Inn quietly without causing any commotion. This was mainly because he had been very calm during this period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to avoid St. Ryu Inn's line of sight so easily. Qin Feng made his way to the capital city. The St. Ryu Inn had arranged many spies in the capital city, but none of them expected Qin Feng to rush out. They were all very careless, and it was easy for Qin Feng to pass through the blockade. Feng Ge, are you really going to do this? A few figures walked out from the darkness. Looking at that familiar face, Qin Feng smiled slightly. Duan Hong, we haven't seen each other for many years. Hearing this, Duan Hong also smiled and greeted him calmly. After a few years of experience, he had matured a lot. His vision and strength were not comparable to before. Qin Feng could smell a strong smell of blood and a sharp aura of killing from him. Is everything arranged? Lingu asked. The roads into the capital city are all open. Duan Hong nodded with a worried look on his face and said, But I can't deploy people in the capital city. It will take a long time for our forces to expand. However, I have already arranged for a few people to infiltrate, but I'm afraid they won't be of much help. Very good. Qin Feng patted Duan Hong's shoulder and said with a smile, You didn't stop me. I'm very happy. Hearing this, Duan Hong's face fell. He said helplessly, When Hong Yu told me about it, I was the first to strongly oppose it. But I also know that once Feng Ge has decided on something, no one can oppose it. Since that's the case, the only thing I can do is to minimize the risk. Qin Feng silently nodded his head. Allowing Duan Hong to expand his power outside was truly the best choice. Duan Hong was decisive in doing things, not dilly-dallying at all. Feng Ge, I know I can't stop you, so I can only give you a sincere advice. You have to live. Only if you live can Tu Tian Hui continue to develop. He pointed to the dozen or so two Tianhui elites behind him and said, "In two Tianhui, whether it's inside or outside, they only recognize one leader, and that is you, Feng Ge. The Feng Ge who fought against two heavenly kings by himself and defeated two heavenly kings is the Feng Ge who dared to fight against a prince and killed a prince. The Feng Ge who even the three young sovereigns and the previous heavenly king couldn't shake. Your actions have made all of us, two Tianhui members, proud, that we only obey you. If something were to happen to you, I'm afraid that the two Tianhui that we worked so hard to establish will collapse in one day." Qin Feng patted Duan Hong's shoulder and looked at the dozen or so people. He said seriously, Qin Feng, am lucky to have such loyal brothers like you. Don't worry, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Qin Feng followed Duan Hong and the others and approached the imperial capital through the safe path that they had opened. Even he couldn't help but sigh at Duan Hong's meticulousness. Along the way, they had changed several groups of people, and each group was responsible for an area. Once they approached, they would appear at the first moment and replace the previous group of people, maintaining the activity of the road from beginning to end. In the middle of the night, they had changed 7 or 8 groups of people and were gradually approaching the imperial capital. After exiting this forest, "We'll reach the imperial capital in a few li," Duan Hong said. Qin Feng nodded and said, "You can all withdraw. Feng Ge, take care." Duan Hong cupped his fists heavily. Qin Feng punched his chest and scolded with a smile. "Don't make it sound like we're parting forever. I'm still waiting to see how far you could develop two Tianhui. Hee, as long as Feng Ge is watching from behind, I guarantee that one day our two Tianhui will be able to contend with the Dragon Head religion." At this point, Duan Hong hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Feng Ge, I don't think we need to be hostile to the Dragon Head religion. This time, they also contributed a lot. In order to find you and assist the Saint Ryuan in saving you, many people died." Qin Feng nodded. He was clear on this point. The Dragon Head religion belonged to the Saint Ryuan and worked for the Saint Ryuan. That little bit of friction was nothing. His original intention of developing two Tianhui was not to contend with the Dragon Head religion. "I know." He patted Duan Hong's shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, a light laughter suddenly sounded. "Haha, you really came, but I'm afraid you won't be able to enter this city." Duan Hong and the others' faces suddenly changed. How could this be? They had already cleared this road. How could there be enemies? Where did they come from? Why didn't they notice it beforehand? "Protect Feng Ge," Duan Hong shouted. A group of two Tianhui elites immediately surrounded Qin Feng to protect him. "Brother, it's fine." Qin Feng pushed aside the people in front of him and said to Yuan with a smile, "You two still like to appear out of nowhere. Hee, we don't want to have any conflicts with your subordinates." Chapter 296. Ambush the Sixth. Prince Duan Hong was stunned. He looked at Qin Feng and asked in a daze, "Feng Ge, you know him?" Qin Feng nodded and said with a smile, "They killed the 7th prince and a few Tiger Knights with me, but I took all the blame." Duan Hong was shocked. The killing of the 7th prince was actually related to these two people. Heavens, this was too bold. He thought that Qin Feng was the only one who was so crazy. Hee, you can't really be considered a scapegoat. Besides, we didn't do it on purpose. The royal family has already set their sights on you. What can we do? We can't possibly jump out and admit it. Jing Wui laughed. Your subordinates are quite capable. They actually managed to open up a path here. Tan Xian smiled faintly and said, "If we hadn't been waiting for you here all this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered it." Duan Hong was shocked. Their actions had all been observed by the other party. Furthermore, they were completely clueless as to who these two fellows were. They could even hide from the spies in the imperial capital, but these two people saw it clearly. This method was too terrifying. Qin Feng knew what Duan Hong was thinking. He said, "It was not Yudao querying that was detected by these two guys. If they had the intention to launch a sneak attack, even I would not have been able to guard against it. By the way, you said you've been waiting for me here. What do you mean?" Tan Xian smiled and said, "How can you not take revenge for the extermination of your clan? I just didn't expect you to be able to endure until now." Hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head and smiled. He was not alone, and there were many things he needed to take care of. Moreover, he needed to perfect the yin-yang technique, or else he would have taken action long ago. Although it may be cruel to say these words to you now, you are not someone who is easily beaten up. Now that you're just like us, with your clansmen slaughtered, you bear the burden of a blood feud. It is time for the sun-shooting trio to be established, Jing Wui said. Qin Feng lowered his eyes and fell silent. Tan Xian walked over and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "To be honest, we really hoped that you would join us. We even hoped that your hatred for the royal family would deepen. However, we never thought that you would join us under such circumstances. My clan was exterminated as well. I know this pain very well." The smile on Jing Wui's face also slowly disappeared. He sighed and said, "I originally thought that Tan Xian and I had suffered enough, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't be much worse off. Perhaps this is fate. After receiving the inheritance of our ancestors, we will not rest until one of us is dead." Qin Feng took a deep breath and raised his head. The sadness on his face was gone. He said softly, "Which of the 7 sons should we shoot first? Let's shoot the one closest to us." Jing Wui looked up and smiled. 5 of the 7 princes are outside. It's pointless for you to enter the city. Let's shoot down the 5 wheels first." "All right, Fonga." Suddenly, Duan Hong walked over. After hesitating for a while, he said in a low voice, "Not all of your clansmen died. We saved some of them." Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Duan Hong. "After the incident, I personally led people to the city of Sin. Coincidentally, we met a caravan outside. It just so happened that it belonged to your Qin family. I used the excuse of robbery to detain them. I was afraid that this would affect you, so I didn't tell anyone. Even the people in Tu Tianhui didn't know. Even the brothers who were with me at the time didn't know that they belonged to your family." Duan Hong said. Qin Feng smiled. There were tears at the corners of his eyes. He still had some clansmen who were still alive. Not all of them had died. The Holy Dragon Institute had protected a small group of people, but they were arranged to live in every corner of the primitive land. For the sake of their safety, he had never paid them a visit. He didn't think that Duan Hong would help him save a group of them. "Where are they? Who are they?" Qin Feng's voice trembled. "I disguised them as members of Tu Tianhui. However, this incident involved too many people, so I scattered them to remote areas." Duan Hong thought for a while and said, "I remember that one of them with a high status told me that he was your second uncle." "Second uncle?" Qin Zhong. Qin Feng nodded. "I'm sorry, Fengge. I acted on my own." Qin Feng waved his hand, interrupting Duan Hong. "You did the right thing. Splitting up is the best way to protect them. The imperial capital has never given up on the encirclement against me. If they gather together, it's very easy for them to be wiped out." "Duan Hong, thank you." "Fengge, this is what I should do. Continue to send people to secretly inquire if there are any of my clansmen stranded outside." Qin Feng said. "Yes." Duan Hong nodded. "Okay, you guys go first. I won't look for you in the future. Try not to contact me." After Duan Hong and the others left, Qin Feng and the other 2 also began to move. "Which prince is closest to us?" "The 6th prince." The 3 of them rushed westward. Before dawn, they appeared in a canyon. In the dark forest, the 3 of them paid close attention to the situation in the canyon. There were many cavalrymen from the capital, 3 tiger riders, and more than a dozen white rank wolf rider. The overall strength of the group was very strong. I found out that after the 6th prince and the 8th prince were injured by you, they didn't return to the capital. Instead, they stayed here and looked for an opportunity to attack you." Jing Wui said. At this moment, he put away his cynical smile. "I only saw the 6th prince here. I didn't see the 8th prince. As for whether he is here or not, I can't say. But even if he is here, with our strength, we can still take him down. So, is it a sneak attack or a strong attack?" Qin Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "It's safer to sneak attack. There's no need to waste your strength." I'll infiltrate first. You guys wait for my news." After that, Qin Feng used his spiritual power to cover his body and carefully walked into the canyon. Disappeared? Jing Wui and Tan Xian both opened their eyes wide. They felt incredible. They knew that Qin Feng was a spiritual master, but they didn't know that his spiritual power could be used like this. Hey, the other party doesn't have a spiritual master, so it's difficult to find him. Qin Feng walked in the grass. He didn't hide because there was no need. The other party didn't have a spiritual master. He couldn't see him even if he hid or not. If there was, he would be sensed. Soon, he passed through layers of defense and came to the depths of the canyon. At the side of the cliff, a cave was dug out. After Qin Feng sneaked in, he saw the sixth prince. "Personally hand this letter to the eighth prince. Tell him to come." The sixth prince handed a letter to a tiger knight beside him. Qin Feng was just about to make a move, but he quickly stopped. His eyes flashed for a moment, and then quietly withdrew. He sent a spiritual message to Tan Xian and Jing Wui, telling them not to stop him. Until the tiger knight completely left, Qin Feng once again entered the cave. The sixth prince had a smile on his face. His every movement had an inexplicable charm. He looked peaceful, but his body was dormant with vigorous blood and terrifying spiritual power. Once it erupted, it would inevitably be like a flood breaking through a dam. Although Qin Feng had injured him before, Qin Feng himself also knew that it was only because he had risked his life and the sixth prince was careless. Actually, the sixth prince was very powerful and not simple at all. In fact, one could even say that he was somewhat terrifying. The sixth prince sometimes frowned, sometimes relaxed, and whispered to himself. "The Saint Ruin said that you have already left. Is it true, or is it a trick? If you really left, the first thing should be revenge. Then the first place to go is the capital. If the news is correct, you should have just entered the city." Chapter 297. A Clash at the Top. Qin Feng, who was not far away, felt his heart palpitate as he listened. This sixth prince was indeed not simple. He actually wanted to scheme against him. If he had not met Tan Xian and Jing Wui midway, his actions would have been within the sixth prince's calculations. "Let's start with you." Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. He slowly mobilized his spiritual power and aimed it at the sixth prince. At this time, the sixth prince was thinking about calling the eighth prince back to set up a trap to capture Qin Feng. He would never have thought that Qin Feng was not far behind him. He was so powerful that he did not fear anyone, especially when there were many experts patrolling outside. It was impossible for anyone to enter this place. Moreover, with his powerful senses, nothing could escape his notice. If someone was really approaching, even if it was a minor Heaven Realm expert, they would not be able to escape his senses. He didn't care and didn't think too much about it. The main reason was that the cave was relatively spacious and had a wide field of vision. There was only one entrance and nothing to cover it. If someone really came in, even if they suppressed their aura, he would still be able to see them. However, he didn't know that many people didn't know that Qin Feng's spiritual force was different from ordinary people. He could hide his body, so his trap was destined to be in vain. Right now, Qin Feng's eyes were half closed. He was afraid that his gaze would be too bright and alert the other party. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand and raised it high. He wanted to kill the sixth prince with a single blow and not give him the slightest chance to resist. If such a peerless character could not be killed in one blow, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, the eighth prince was likely to be on his way here. They had to resolve the battle here before the eighth prince arrived and clean up the traces. Qin Feng slowly approached the sixth prince. Suddenly, he wielded the sky-splitting axe and swung it at the back of the sixth prince's head. At the same time, his mental power surged forward and shrouded the sixth prince. The sixth prince was the first to sense what was happening behind him. Even though he had been distracted and thinking about other things, he still tensed up and clenched his hands into fists as he prepared to fight back. His reaction was too fast, exceeding Qin Feng's expectations. He arched his back like a dragon, exerting strength from his waist and abdomen, as if the shape of a dragon appeared. At the same time, his hands formed the tiger's seal, ready to strike at any time. Spiritual power turned into the Heaven Emperor Bell and covered his body, preventing his mental energy from compressing. At the same time, he bent his body and fiercely kicked backwards with his leg. His leg flickered with a dazzling golden light. Clearly, this was an extraordinary battle technique with great power. In the blink of an eye, he had defended and counterattacked. His reaction speed was godly. In that instant, the sixth prince's body exploded, his bones moving like beans being fried. It was extremely shocking. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This person's reaction speed was something even lesser Heaven Realm experts couldn't achieve. His reaction speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed himself to his peak state. He didn't dare to say that he was invincible when it came to assassinations, but he dared to say that he had never failed before. The sixth prince's reaction was far beyond his expectations. However, Qin Feng was even faster, hiding here, waiting for this opportunity. He had long prepared a killing move. His mental energy was blocked by the Heaven Emperor Bell, so he was unable to lock down the sixth prince's movement. Qin Feng quickly changed his direction, jumping up and diving down, avoiding the sixth prince's leg that was coming from behind. At that moment, Qin Feng could attack from all parts of his body. His legs waved in midair, his dragon claws tore through the air, and his dragon tail waved crazily. He was unbelievably quick. His legs were like a dragon tail, and when he waved, it seemed like he could shatter mountains and rivers. His hands were like sharp claws that could rip apart everything. Pong! In midair, Qin Feng's legs, elbows, and left hands were all attacking. They smashed onto the Heaven Emperor Bell, and he quickly laid down on the sixth prince's back. His left hand held the heaven-splitting axe and smashed down. The moment their bodies touched, Qin Feng's left hand turned into a dragon claw and grabbed the sixth prince's left shoulder. His legs were aimed at Lu Xian's waist and abdomen, and his spiritual energy was also squeezed fiercely. Qin Feng pushed his strength to the peak, instantly breaking through the sixth prince's Heaven Emperor Bell defense, and the heaven-splitting axe smashed onto the back of his head. At that moment, no matter how terrifying the sixth prince was, how fast he reacted, and how he attacked and defended at the same time, it was useless. Qin Feng was even faster than him, dodging his attacks and breaking his defenses before smashing down with the heaven-splitting axe. At the crucial moment, a ball of golden light appeared behind the sixth prince's head, blocking most of the heaven-splitting axe's power. Otherwise, Qin Feng's strike would have been enough to smash his brain out. Even so, he still felt dizzy. At the same time, his left shoulder was in intense pain as a large piece of flesh was ripped off. The sixth prince suffered such an attack, and the power he had to endure was terrifying. The clothes on his body were torn apart and tattered. His body shook, and the intense pain from the back of his head caused his vision to go black. He was about to fall, but he forced himself to stay awake and wanted to counterattack. However, if he fell one step behind and lost the initiative, he would fall behind step by step. Now, he was too passive, and his mind was dizzy. His reactions were much slower. At such a time, how could Qin Feng give him a chance? He raised the heaven-splitting axe once more and smashed down viciously. At the crucial moment, the sixth prince's body shook, and spiritual energy exploded out, causing Qin Feng to stumble. At the same time, his body moved in a weird manner, spinning like a top, and he dodged Qin Feng's second strike. He also used the power of the spinning to fling Qin Feng off his back. Following this, he spun like a top, and he was about to use an unbelievable movement technique to fly out and leave this region. At such a close distance, one could reach out and touch one another, and it was pretty much impossible to miss. However, Qin Feng missed, and the sixth prince dodged it. His movement technique was too weird, and it was like a dream flower that was hard to grasp. Qin Feng was shocked. Such a technique far exceeded that of normal experts. His reaction speed, his various defenses, and even when his mind wasn't clear, he could instinctively dodge and counterattack. Roar. At the crucial moment, Qin Feng used the divine dragon's sky-shattering roar. A substantial dragon's roar was heard, and it carried a terrible, penetrating power. The sound waves rippled out, leaving marks on the surrounding stone walls. It could be seen how strong the penetrating power was. The sixth prince's body paused, and at this moment, Qin Feng rushed over again, waving the sky-splitting axe and directly smashing down, blocking all of his escape routes. In an instant, Qin Feng used all of his skills to the peak. If he couldn't take down the sixth prince with a sneak attack, then he wouldn't be able to take revenge. Boom! However, the sixth prince was too unusual. Especially his reaction to danger. It couldn't be judged with common sense. His body spun quickly, and Qin Feng's sky-splitting axe almost brushed past his body. This attack was still dodged. Strange. Qin Feng was shocked, and even he was in awe. This kind of reaction, this kind of innate talent, was not weaker than his. His reaction was too timely and perfect. If he didn't know that the sixth prince's identity was not simple, and that he had many unimaginable techniques, he would have thought that the sixth prince was extremely lucky to be able to dodge his attacks time and time again. However, he had the absolute advantage, and the sixth prince's head had not completely recovered yet. Qin Feng used the water god technique and the fire god technique at the same time, as well as the divine dragon's sky-shattering roar, to interfere with the sixth prince's vision, hearing, and perception. He suddenly jumped up, and the sky-splitting axe smashed down on the sixth prince's head. Puff! This time, even if the sixth prince's head was protected by the golden light, it was useless. The sixth prince's head instantly exploded, and his brain was wreaking havoc. Chapter 298. Slaying the eighth prince. From the moment Qin Feng made his move to the moment the sixth prince died, it seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was only a few breaths of time. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Qin Feng took the sixth prince's life and shot down the sun. It was only at this time that the sixth prince's guards outside heard the commotion inside. Immediately, two powerful tiger knights rushed into the cave. However, they retreated even faster. No, they didn't retreat. They flew out. Their bodies were in midair, and one of the tiger knights had already lost his life. Qin Feng quickly got closer and appeared beside another tiger knight like a ghost. His palm was as fast as lightning as he reached for the latter's throat. He suddenly exerted force and broke the tiger knight's neck. The two tiger knights died in an instant. The rest of the people were stunned. When did the enemy enter the cave? How did they not notice? By the time they came to their senses, the Grim Reaper had already arrived. Tan Xian and Jing Wui rushed over. Since they were better at assassinations, they only needed to go through the motions to kill more than half of the people in the field. The remaining people didn't even make a sound before they died at the hands of Qin Feng and the other two. They threw the corpses into the cave. They were very skillful. There was not a single drop of blood, not even a trace of battle. After doing all this, the three of them tacitly found a place to hide and waited for the eighth prince to arrive. 10 minutes later, a group of people appeared in the forest, and the leader was the sixth prince. But what surprised the three of them was that there was an old man beside the eighth prince, and there was a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation coming from his body. Small heavenly realm. The expressions of the three turned serious. Spirit-detecting realm experts were no longer a threat to them, but they had to be on guard against minor heaven realm experts. The three of them looked at each other and understood what they had to do. The eighth prince's group slowly walked into the cave. When they were still some distance away from it, they stopped. Something's wrong. The eighth prince's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. The sixth prince was here. It was impossible for the other side to not have any reaction when he came over. Moreover, there was not a single person. It was too quiet. His Highness the Sixth Prince said that if the situation is urgent, he might leave first. The Tiger Knight who delivered the letter said. Hearing this, the eighth prince nodded slightly and said to the old man beside him, Uncle Hong, You go and support sixth brother first. That slave is not simple. I'm worried that sixth brother really will find him. Yes. Hong Yin nodded and left. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around and stared in the direction of the cave with a slightly changed expression. Your Highness the Eighth Prince, something is wrong. There's the smell of blood in the cave. His Highness the Eighth Prince's face changed. He immediately. Everyone, be alert. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Their eyes were sharp as they looked around vigilantly. Your Highness the Eighth Prince, it's not good. The Sixth. His Highness the Sixth Prince is in trouble. The few people who had gone to check hurriedly ran back in a panic. They were so frightened that they couldn't even speak properly. Feng ate his god, was to him, the of the time, of yin to the tan. Sixth his. Why were the corpses hidden in the cave? Was it to destroy the evidence? Hong Yun and the other guards were all dumbfounded. The death of the Sixth Prince was a matter that would shock the world. Uncle Hong, be careful. Someone wants to ambush us. The Eighth Prince suddenly shouted. He didn't know who did it, but he instantly understood the other party's intention. There was no need to leave after killing them. The other party hid the corpses for only one purpose, and that was to ambush him. The Eighth Prince's reaction was very fast. He immediately deduced the purpose of Qin Feng and the others. But Qin Feng's group was even faster. They took advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned to launch a surprise attack. The three of them attacked Hong Yin together. Terrifying spiritual energy poured down like a flood. In an instant, the most terrifying attack was added to Hong Yun's body. Needless to say, Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui were all proficient in this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hide in the imperial capital for so long. Under the full power attack of the three, and Hong Yun still hadn't recovered from the shock of the Sixth Prince's death. He was sent flying on the spot, and his body exploded with a string of blood. Even if he instinctively used part of his spiritual energy to defend himself, it was useless. He had suffered a terrible injury. Qin Feng suddenly threw out the Savage Peak and poured his spiritual energy into it. Then, he guided it and heavily smashed it on Hong Yun's body. The air exploded and the space distorted. Wherever the Savage Peak passed, the air would constantly explode, giving off a sharp and ear-piercing sound, followed by a huge explosion. The Savage Peak rapidly expanded and directly smashed onto the defenseless Hong Yun. As a result, a super expert of the Heaven Stage did not even have the chance to react, nor did he even see the person who made the move. He became a dead soul under the Savage Peak without even knowing what had happened. The Eighth Prince's pupils shrank, and he immediately used the Emperor's Bell to protect himself. However, his reaction was quite terrifying. Unfortunately, he was facing three experts who were proficient in sneak attacks and weren't any weaker than him. Very tragically, the Eighth Prince was immediately sent flying. The Emperor's Bell's defense was broken, and his body was covered in blood. He had suffered heavy injuries. Protect the Eighth Prince. The remaining people finally regained their senses and gathered around the Eighth Prince. Their expressions were extremely serious as they stared at Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui. Pucci, the Eighth Prince spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he stared at Qin Feng and the other two. He was filled with hatred. Needless to say, the Sixth Prince's death was caused by Qin Feng. However, he didn't know who these two young experts were. How come he had never heard of such peerless figures in Saint Ruin? Who are you? Do you know the consequences of going against the imperial capital? He stared at Tan Xian and Jing Wui. Tan Xian didn't say anything. He just pointed a spear at the Eighth Prince. The sharp spear light expanded and contracted, releasing a powerful energy. Jing Wui raised his pig-slaughtering knife with a cold expression. The three of them didn't reply, but their killing intent was clear as they charged forward. Block them, the Eighth Prince shouted as he turned around and quickly retreated. The three of them were able to kill Hong Yun in one strike, so they must be very powerful. How could he fight with them with his heavily injured body? He only hoped that his guards could hold on for a bit longer. However, His expression quickly changed as he sensed 3 terrifying auras coming from behind him. So fast, the 8th prince's heart trembled. A dozen spirit-detecting experts couldn't even block them for a breath. If you want me to die, you have to... The 8th prince's heart was filled with hatred. He turned around, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. A long spear had pierced through his chest. Remember, I am Tan Xian from the Tan family. Whoosh! Jing Wui's pig slaughtering knife landed on the 8th prince's shoulder. He smiled coldly. Original assassin organization, Jing Wui, City of Sin, Qin family, Qin Feng. Chapter 299. Killing Qin Yuan Rumble. Qin Feng's axe smashed down, and the 8th prince didn't even have time to say anything before his head exploded, his brain splattering everywhere. Fortunately, the 3 of them retreated quickly. Otherwise, they would have been drenched. Shooting 2 sons in one day, not bad. Jing Wui hung deicide on his waist. Although he was laughing, his tone was very cold. The royal family is going to go crazy this time, Tan Xian said expressionlessly as he put away the sky-slaughtering spear. Let's kill a few more people before the news gets back, Qin Feng said. The 3 of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. The fall of 2 princes was definitely a shocking event. Back then, the fall of the 7th prince had shaken the entire country. This time, 2 princes had died at once. It would be strange if the group of people in the imperial capital didn't go crazy. However, this was precisely what Qin Feng, Tan Xian, and Jing Wui were happy to see. Disregarding the crimes and humiliation their ancestors had suffered, they themselves all had a blood feud with the imperial family. This kind of enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. One side was destined to be completely annihilated. The 3 of them did not stop and went to hunt the next prince. Imperial capital, Imperial palace. The general guarding the soul tablet was stunned. In front of him, the soul tablet signed by Xianyuan C, Xianyuan II, had cracked. He sat on the ground in a daze. His eyes were dazed, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. General, what's wrong? The soldier outside the door walked in and quickly asked. It's cracked, it's cracked. The general pointed at Xianyuan II and Xianyuan C soul tablets and said with a trembling voice, The two princes are dead. The sky is falling. Quickly report this to the higher-ups. When the 2 soldiers heard this, their bodies trembled, and then they ran out in a panic. On this day, his actions shook the entire imperial court. Everyone in the imperial capital was shocked. They felt a terrifying aura wreaking havoc, as if it was going to overturn the city. Soon, the news that the 6th prince and the 8th prince had both died in the battle against Qin Feng spread from the imperial palace and shook the entire imperial capital. Then it spread like a hurricane, engulfing the entire primitive land. Countless people were shocked. 2 more princes of the imperial family had died at the hands of Qin Feng. Did he come out of the Saint Ryuan? Do you want revenge? He killed 2 princes in one day. This demon is crazy. He's going to fight the royal family to the death. Countless people in the imperial capital were shocked. It was hard to imagine that Qin Feng would be so crazy. His clansmen have been slaughtered, so there's no point for him to live anymore. He has to pay the price with his life to take revenge on the royal family. In the imperial capital, many of the older generation had heavy hearts. This was an extremely important matter to the imperial capital and the imperial family. The dignity of the imperial family could not be violated. Once it happened, they would take it back tenfold, no, 100-fold. Last time, when the 7th prince fell, the royal family was enraged and slaughtered millions of slaves. This time, what kind of bloody storm would it set off? Heavenly wrath, do you still exist? A few old monsters raised their heads towards the sky, their voices extremely heavy. Although the blood lightning that fell from the sky that day was short, many of the imperial family's troops had suffered. Was that a change in the weather, or was it a warning from the heavens to not kill too much? This time, the imperial family had lost 2 princes, so they would definitely slaughter without restraint. If this really attracted the legendary heavenly wrath, then the consequences would be too terrifying. On this day, many troops left the city, their killing intent surging, spreading in all directions. All the major families and powers in the imperial capital responded to the call, sending out a large number of experts to encircle and kill Qin Feng. Moreover, great experts from the imperial palace were dispatched to the Saint Ryuin to warn them that this time it was Qin Feng who started the massacre first. They would definitely kill Qin Feng, and the Saint Ryuin would obstruct them secretly. Even if the imperial capital had to give up everything, they would eliminate the Saint Ryuin. Countless experts left the city, and there was no lack of Nine Heavens Realm experts among them. The imperial capital was clearly determined to kill this time, and had sent out many great experts. Almost every troop had one or two minor Heavens Realm experts. Everywhere they passed was blood red, and endless slaughter was set off. The entire primitive land fell into a monstrous bloody calamity. Blood flowed like rivers, and there were countless deaths and injuries. Wherever the imperial capital's cavalry passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This was some kind of warning. The imperial family's dignity was not to be challenged. They would retaliate with the most ruthless methods. On the second day of the army's mobilization, another piece of bad news came. The fifth prince had died in the heavenly Yin Mountain. His corpse was nailed to a cliff, and there was only one blood-red word on the cliff: kill. This was the imperial capital's response. Immediately after, a piece of news was quickly sent back to the imperial capital. One of the three minor sovereigns, Su Tianbu, had died. He was killed in a swamp. Zolu's head was hung on a tree branch. One of the previous heavenly kings, Zhang Shanchong, was a top expert of the younger generation. His iconic great iron sword had fallen in a certain mountain, and there were only broken pieces of flesh and bloody bones nearby. Someone saw from afar that in a certain mountain stream, flames overflowed into the sky, and Huaxi's roar could be heard. One piece of bad news after another spread to the imperial capital, and everyone's heart trembled. How terrifying was this demon? He had actually killed so many young experts. Even the three minor sovereigns, the previous heavenly king, had died in his hands. Boom! An intense battle broke out in the mountain forest. Sword light surged crazily in the forest like raindrops. Immediately after, a figure in a sorry state escaped, and there were traces of blood on his body. Hand of Yin. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, and a big black hand reached over. Qin Yuan quickly came back to his senses, and his fierce sword energy surged, attacking the big hand. An extremely cold aura covered his face, and he quivered. Qin Feng flapped his light wings, rushed over, and slapped down with his palm. Hand of Yang. A big white hand appeared, and slapped down angrily at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan tried his best to resist. His long sword vibrated, and streaks of sword light flickered, tearing the big hand apart. Boom! Qin Feng shot down like a cannonball, using the divine dragon technique, and launched an extremely fierce attack. It was as if there was a divine dragon around his body. His fists, legs, elbows, and every part of his body was like a killing weapon. Every time he waved his hand, the air would explode, accompanied by a faint dragon roar. One could even see that there seemed to be a huge dragon circling around his body, sometimes stretching out its huge claws, sometimes swinging its tail, and sometimes roaring toward the sky. Qin Yuan also began to fight with all his might. Sword energy was constantly vibrating from his sword, and his spiritual power was also gushing out like crazy. The two of them fought fiercely. Sword light flickered, and dragon roars were unceasingly heard. The energy overflowing from the two of them left deep marks on the ground. In the end, their battle became more and more intense, and they entered into an incandescent battle. The two of them moved quickly like lightning, and wherever they passed, everything would be destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The mountainous area exploded, and huge trees were snapped. Violent winds wreaked havoc, and sand and rocks filled the sky. It had to be said that Qin Yuan was indeed a powerful descendant, and Qin Feng had to admit that his strength was not weaker than any of the princes. Kill. Qin Yuan rushed forward with a short sword in his hand. Even if his sword was broken by Qin Feng, his battle strength was still astonishing, and he used all kinds of powerful skills. Boom! In the end, he was sent flying, and Qin Feng's fist landed on his chest. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Light of sword intent. The short sword exploded, and a sword light burst out. Qin Feng's skin tightened, and he instantly moved 10 meters away. However, he still could not completely avoid the attack, and the sword light pierced through his arm. If it were not for his powerful physical strength, this attack would have been enough to shatter his arm. It's over. Qin Feng appeared in front of Qin Yuan like a ghost, and his fist, which was flickering with chaotic light, fiercely smashed into Qin Yuan's chest. The latter coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his chest instantly caved in. His whole body was sent flying. You killed me. My sister will not let you go. Humph. You chased after me for some martial arts, so you and I are doomed. Only one of us can live. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.